Chapter 63. A golden thread seeped out from Yifan's fingertip and cut open the cliff. Immediately, specks of green light flowed out and revealed half of the hilt. He grabbed it with his hand and forcefully pulled it out. Immediately, a green mist covered the ground, causing him to squint his eyes. Clang! This was a green dagger. When it was completely pulled out, it emitted a crisp metallic sound. Green mist lingered around it and it was incomparably sharp. It was no more than half a foot long and was like a pool of green water. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting waves of cold air. Yifan knew that this was not an ordinary item. A weapon kept by the demonic race emperor was certainly not ordinary. Ha! At this time, a fat Taoist with a ruddy complexion rushed over on a divine rainbow. Although he looked bloated, his movements were very agile. He landed silently like a falling leaf and said with a smile, "I'm so lucky. I didn't think I would really be able to chase after a spiritual weapon." Speaking up to here, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the dagger in Yifan's hand. He revealed a kind smile and said, "Child, this is a lethal weapon. You can't suppress it. Come, let this Tao grandpa subdue it." Yifan really wanted to punch that fat face of his. This fat Taoist was too insincere. He was really treating him like a child. Yifan dodged backwards. The fat Taoist was very nimble. With a slight turn of his hand, he caught the dagger and laughed, "Child, I will remember this favor. The mountain doesn't turn, but the road does. The next time we meet, this Tao grandpa will properly thank you." After saying these words, the fat Taoist patted his butt and left. With a chi sound, he rode a divine rainbow and soared into the sky. "Damned fatty, I will remember you." Yifan cursed in a low voice and waved his fist at the sky. The spiritual weapon that was in his hands was actually snatched away like this. He was truly unwilling. This Tao grandpa isn't that fat. I'm just strong. This 30-year-old fat Taoist priest's ears were very sensitive. He had already flown more than 100 meters away, but he still heard Yifan's whisper. He turned around and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He smiled brilliantly and said, "The next time we meet, this Taoist grandpa will bring you good luck." Yifan saw that his spiritual sense was so sharp, so he didn't dare to make a sound. He rolled his eyes and watched the fat Taoist swagger away. There were indeed quite a few spiritual weapons that escaped from the Fiend Emperor's tomb. Multicolored light radiated in all directions as they rushed in all directions. Many cultivators rode on divine rainbows and continuously chased after them. The skies above these primitive ruins were filled with light and shadows. Chi! Just a few minutes later, another divine rainbow shot towards Yifan, giving him a huge fright. He hurriedly dodged. A scarlet cloud condensed together like a burning cloud and quickly rushed over, stabbing into the stone wall in front of it. Yifan was a little surprised. He felt that he was really lucky and was overjoyed. He had just extorted a dagger from that fat Taoist, and now, another weapon actually appeared in front of him. He vigilantly sized up the surroundings. Seeing that no one was passing by, his fingertips flickered with golden threads as he quickly cut open the stone wall and dug out a blood-colored pearl. Rays of scarlet light immediately shot out in all directions. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter came over. In the distant sky, a fat Taoist was grinning so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. He rode on a divine rainbow and rushed over. F***ck. Yifan cursed in his heart. He grabbed the pearl that was surrounded by scarlet light and turned to run. This poor Taoist is indeed fated with little friend. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The fat Taoist grinned very happily. With a swoosh, he landed in front of Yifan and blocked his path. He stretched out his fat hand and said with a beaming smile, "This poor Taoist is fated with this poor Taoist. Little friend, please lend it to me." "Taoist priest, you are too much of a bully." Yifan was extremely angry. He grabbed the pearl that was radiating multicolored light and retreated. He said, "You have already taken away one of my spiritual weapons. I cannot give this one to you." This pearl was transformed from a demon. Little friend, you cannot suppress it. This poor Taoist is doing this for your own good. I have come to subdue it. The fat Taoist's face was flushed red. He stretched out his fat hand with a smile and received the red pearl with a swoosh. Yi Fan was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. He said, Taoist priest, didn't you say that when we meet again, you will bring me good luck and will properly thank me? Why are you stealing my things again? You have already obtained a dagger, so you should return this pearl to me. That is incorrect. Little friend, do you still not understand? The fat Taoist's face was full of smiles as he boasted shamelessly like a swindler. He said, it is precisely because we formed a good karma the first time we met that we met again. This led to me rushing over to subdue this demonic pearl and helped you escape a misfortune. This is the fruit of your good karma. Hashtag it yen % yen hashtag. Yi Fan really had the urge to beat him up. He really wanted to leave a shoe print on that fat face. However, after thinking about this fat Taoist's unfathomable cultivation, he resisted this urge. Boundless celestial being, little friend, we will meet again if fate allows it. This poor Taoist is leaving. The fat Taoist twisted his buttocks and rode a divine rainbow into the sky. With a swish, he disappeared without a trace. Damned fatty, don't ever see me again in this life. Yi Fan's face was full of bad luck. He felt extremely annoyed. This heartless Taoist priest was truly too lacking in morals. Boom! In the distance, the 5 big shots attacked fiercely again. They used the powerful weapons in their hands to destroy the other corner of the demonic emperor's tomb. Immediately, multicolored light radiated in all directions as even more spiritual weapons rushed out. Even though the 5 great experts' divine might was matchless, they couldn't stop all the divine multicolored light that rushed into the sky. Many weapons escaped. The surrounding cultivators all revealed a joyful expression. They rode on divine rainbows and rushed in all directions to intercept those multicolored light. Yi Fan sat on the stone mountain gloomily and looked at the multicolored light shooting in all directions. He was helpless and muttered to himself, this damned fatty, heartless evil Taoist. I curse him to be robbed and not even his Taoist robe will be left behind. Chi! In the distant sky, a purple multicolored light rushed over like a flowing light and quickly entered the stone wall in front of him. Yi Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. There was actually a 3rd spiritual weapon shooting over here. It was truly strange. This place. He faintly felt that there was something wrong with this stone wall. There was most likely something strange about this place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. How could there be spiritual weapons entering the same cliff one after another? This time, Yi Fan didn't act rashly. Instead, he waited for a long time and only walked over slowly when he saw that there was no one passing by. He muttered to himself, this time, the damned fatty won't appear, right? He carefully dug open the stone wall. Immediately, there were streams of intoxicating purple light flowing out and illuminating his palm until it was sparkling and translucent. Purple chi pervaded the air and made people feel very comfortable. It was actually a purple thumb ring with streams of purple multicolored light and thousands of auspicious colors. It was pleasing to look at. That heartless damn fatty. He swindled 2 of my treasures. Otherwise, I would have already collected 3. Yi Fan was indignant and said, I finally didn't get discovered by him this time. This poor Taoist is coming. Just as Yi Fan finished muttering to himself, a fat figure appeared again. His face was filled with a joyful smile, and there were wrinkles on his forehead. His mouth was so wide that it reached his ears, and his molars were exposed. He laughed loudly and said, little friend and I are fated to meet. F***ck. Yi Fan's face turned green. He didn't expect that this fat Taoist would stick to him like dog skin plaster. He angrily said, only a ghost would be fated with you. You and I are really fated. The fat Taoist's face didn't turn red nor did his heartbeat increase. With a serious expression, he counted with his fingers and said, you see, in such a short period of time, we have already met 3 times. How can you say that we are fated? This is heaven's will. Heaven's will, your grandpa. Yi Fan raised his leg and wanted to kick his fat butt twice. However, after considering the difference in strength between them, he finally suppressed his anger. He walked to the side and shouted towards the sky, "Spiritual weapon." He forcefully threw the ring away. Even if it was snatched away by others, he didn't want this heartless Taoist to succeed. Otherwise, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. The purple light streaked across the sky. The reaction speed of the fat Taoist priest didn't match his stature at all. With a whoosh, he rushed out. Before the purple jade ring could even fly 100 meters away, he had already caught it. Then, he landed on the ground with a wide smile and said, "It's the will of the heavens, it's the will of the heavens." Yi Fan really wanted to vomit blood. This damn fatty was too despicable and shameless. He was purposely angering people. "Taoist, don't you think it's too much?" The veins on Yi Fan's forehead bulged. He said, "A monk should have some strength of character. A person can't be so greedy. This poor Taoist has always been self-disciplined. It's hard for external things to affect my fundamental heart. I constantly clean it, and my heart is like the divine moon shining in the sky." Seeing him act like a swindler, Yi Fan's forehead was full of black lines. He said, "Since you're so self-disciplined, return my item to me. A monk should be merciful. It's only because of the good karma between us that this poor Taoist spared no effort to resolve your calamity 3 times. I reluctantly used my stinky body to suppress the 3 great demons." The fat Taoist's face was full of benevolence. He looked very simple and honest. He chanted, "Immeasurable celestial being," and acted like an otherworldly expert. "You swindler. F***ck. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and said, "Taoist, what's your name?" "My name is Duanda." "I'm Duanda." "No wonder you're so lacking in morals." "Duanda, broken morals. You've obviously broken your morals." Chapter 64. Yi Fan walked to the side and cursed in a barely audible voice, "Damn fatty Duan, I curse you to have a son without an asshole. I am a Buddhist and will not marry or have children. You can even hear that?" Yi Fan was a little scared of him now. "Tao Master Duan, you should leave quickly. You stole 3 of my treasures, are you still not satisfied? There is still some fate between us." The fat Taoist answered with a smile. "Surname Duan, you are going too far." Yi Fan's expression darkened as he walked down the mountain. He couldn't afford to provoke this heartless Taoist, so he had to leave. Fate brings us together and separates us. It seems like our fate has ended today, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. Perhaps we will meet again. The fat Taoist laughed and didn't leave. He said, "Now, I feel like I am fated to meet this stone wall, so I have decided to stay and take a look." Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect this heartless fatty to be so meticulous and notice the extraordinariness of this stone wall. He immediately stopped and didn't want to leave. "Since you are staying, I promise you that you will gain something. However, it is best if you don't touch too many dazzling treasures. I am doing this for your own good. With your cultivation, you won't be able to protect your spiritual weapon. If someone covets it, then you will be in big trouble. Not everyone is as merciful as me. Many people try to steal spiritual weapons while trying to kill them. At that time, they might not even be able to keep their lives." At this moment, the 5 great experts in the distant sky unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Vast and immeasurable divine power poured down like the 9 heavens Milky Way. Energy waves swept through the entire sky like an ocean. At this moment, all the cultivators were shaking. Many of them couldn't control their rainbows and fell down from the sky. An indescribable sense of fear made it hard for people to breathe. This majestic pressure was impossible to resist. Many cultivators' souls were shaking uncontrollably. This was the terrifying power of these 5 characters. Once they displayed their prowess, all living beings were terrified and their hearts were in a state of panic. Boom! The final attack of the 5 supreme powerhouses finally shattered the Fey Emperor's tomb. A monstrous demonic aura erupted, wreaking havoc in all directions. The majestic ancient palace let out a rumbling sound and completely collapsed. At the same time, endless rays of light shot out in all directions. All the spiritual weapons buried in the ancient tomb rushed out. Among them, there were a few beams of light that were exceptionally dazzling and dazzling. They illuminated the sky like little suns, and it was obvious that they were the most powerful spiritual treasures. The 5 top-notch experts each displayed their great divine abilities and reached out with their large hands. Almost every one of them grabbed one item, and all of them revealed satisfied smiles. However, there were still a few spiritual weapons that were as dazzling as small suns that managed to escape their grasp. They soared into the sky and escaped. However, the pinnacle beings did not give chase. Instead, they remained in place and used their powerful divine senses to scan the surroundings, as if they were searching for something. The various spiritual weapons transformed into streaks of light and flew away. Vast and unfathomable waves of energy swept into the distant skies. All the cultivators went crazy. Disregarding the danger, they chased after the spiritual weapons in the endless brilliance, seizing those spiritual weapons. The Fey Emperor's tomb had completely collapsed. Even the rubble shot out in all directions. All that was left was a dazzling wave of energy. Where is the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans? The weapon of the Monster Emperor is said to be no weaker than the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. How come it hasn't appeared? The 5 top-notch experts revealed puzzled expressions. They constantly scanned the area with their powerful divine senses. Boom! At this time, from the dazzling brilliance that hadn't dissipated yet, a beam of light that caused the sun, moon, and stars to lose their splendor suddenly rushed out. It was too dazzling, as if a sun had exploded. Even the 5 supreme powerhouses found it hard to open their eyes. Their eyes were pierced with pain, but they reacted quickly and immediately reached out with their hands. Chi! The divine light tore through the skies. It contained an incomparably powerful energy, as if a part of the universe was shaking. The terrifying fluctuations were vast and unfathomable, forcing the 5 great experts back and causing the weapons in their hands to instantly lose their luster. The dazzling divine light cut through the skies, creating terrifying energy fluctuations that caused many surrounding cultivators to fall from the skies. It emitted an incomparable demonic energy, as if the world was burning and nothing could stop it. This is the weapon that the Monster Emperor used when he was alive. It is comparable to the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. The 5 powerhouses came to their senses. 3 of them immediately chased after it. The other 2 didn't leave. They wanted to search for the legendary supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. In the distance, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was because he discovered that the dazzling beam of light was rushing towards the stone mountain. The fat Daoist priest beside him rubbed his hands together, grinning incessantly. This Daoist is truly lucky. This Monster Emperor's weapon is no weaker than the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wastelands humans. If I can obtain it, will you be able to catch it? Yi Fan anxiously asked. The Monster Emperor's supreme treasure was about to reach them. If the fat Daoist priest couldn't catch it, then they would be crushed to pieces. If that happened, it would be far too tragic. That's right. This Daoist doesn't have such a great fortune. Even if I could catch it, I would still be slapped to death by the 3 great characters behind me. Ha! With that said, he pulled Yi Fan up, and with a whoosh, he rushed to another mountain with a speed faster than a rabbit. The Monster Emperor's weapon shot out countless beams of divine light. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what it looked like. The blazing light made it hard for people to open their eyes. It was like billions of stars were burning at the same time, causing the entire world to violently tremble. With a loud bang, it slammed into the stone mountain. It's over. The fat Daoist priest repeatedly rubbed his hands. This is bad. There must be a strange treasure at the bottom of the stone mountain, but it can't withstand the impact of the Monster Emperor's supreme treasure. It will most likely turn into ashes. What a pity. That place was completely submerged by the light, turning into a vast ocean of energy. All the surrounding cultivators were sent flying away. Some people who were too close were directly crushed into pieces, turning into clouds of blood mist. However, at this time, something astonishing happened. The stone mountain collapsed and an incomparably gentle green light bloomed from within. Beams of green light shot into the sky. It was a very gentle and holy light, causing one's mind to feel calm. The faint green color was full of vitality, like an oasis floating in the sky. At this time, a giant green treasure basin rushed up from the ground and sucked in the monster emperor's supreme treasure. Immeasurable, that celestial being. At this moment, the fat Taoist priest couldn't even speak properly. He forcefully let out a breath and became normal again. He shouted, "It's the monster race's treasure basin." Someone hid there and prepared a treasure basin. What a good scheme, scheming for the monster race's supreme treasure. The fat Taoist instantly understood why the stone wall could attract spiritual weapons. There was actually a legendary treasure basin inside. Although that person had been suppressing the treasure basin with his divine power, he still managed to attract some spiritual weapons over. The treasure basin seemed to be carved out of green chalcedony. It was so green that it seeped into one's bones. It shone brilliantly and holy green light filled the sky. It was incomparably gentle and made one feel comfortable all over. At this moment, there was an extremely dazzling brilliance flickering in the treasure basin. It was the monster race's supreme treasure. The brilliance was boundless and extremely dazzling. It was impossible to see what exactly it looked like. It was constantly rotating in the treasure basin as if the universe was rotating. Not only was there a vast and immeasurable demonic power surging out, but there was also a blazing divine brilliance shooting out continuously. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The person standing in front of the treasure basin was peerless and peerless in beauty. It was actually the perfect woman he saw not long ago. At this moment, she was ethereal and holy. She was still flawless and had a peerless appearance. She quickly put away the treasure basin and turned into a stream of light to fly away. Only a string of heavenly laughter was left behind. Thank you, seniors, for your help. Otherwise, even if the monster emperor's descendant came personally, it would be difficult to truly obtain the monster emperor's supreme treasure. The three great characters that chased up to the front had cold expressions. They had carved many Tao patterns outside the monster emperor's tomb and condensed an extremely powerful, heavenly power. Although they didn't stop the monster emperor's supreme treasure, they played a great role in slowing down its unstoppable impact. In the end, they allowed the person in the dark to reap the benefits. Otherwise, even if they controlled the legendary treasure basin, they wouldn't be able to take away the monster emperor's supreme treasure. The three great characters attacked at the same time, blasting towards the stream of light that was about to disappear into the horizon. This kind of attack was hard to block. Even they themselves found it hard to withstand it. A terrifying tsunami-like energy wave instantly swept over. The entire sky seemed to be burning and it was blinding. The surrounding cultivators were all incomparably frightened and quickly dodged. However, this powerful attack seemed to hit the void and didn't touch anything. Multicolored light rose and filled the sky. That woman flashed and disappeared, rushing into the gentle radiance and instantly vanishing. That little demon girl was already prepared. She carved a Tao pattern there and condensed a heavenly power to cross the void. I fear she's already thousands of miles away by now. The voices of the three great characters were ice cold. Someone had actually done something right under their noses, snatching food from the tiger's mouth and stealing away the monster emperor's supreme treasure. This was something they found hard to accept. Opening the monster emperor's tomb is easy, but wanting to stop the supreme treasure is difficult beyond difficult. I never imagined that we would actually help her. With a flash of light, the three great characters vanished from sight. They rapidly rushed towards the central region of the collapsed monster emperor's tomb because the legendary supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands had yet to be discovered. This was what they wanted the most. Why hasn't the supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands appeared yet? The fat Taoist whispered. Yi Fan was also very curious. He had constantly heard others speak of the legendary supreme treasure of the eastern wastelands, but even now he didn't know what it was. It seemed that even those great characters that stood above the masses yearned to grasp it in their hands. Chapter 65. Swoosh. Swoosh. The piercing sound lingered in the ears as rays of divine multicolored light rushed towards the shattered mountain like a meteor shower. Just now, the treasure basin had just appeared. Even though it had gone far away, it shook the endless radiance and attracted all the spiritual weapons in the vicinity. Good fortune, good fortune. The fat Taoist was grinning from ear to ear. He threw down Yi Fan and nimbly soared into the sky, rushing towards the rain of light. At the same time, rays of divine rainbows appeared as all the cultivators in this direction rushed over to face the rain of light condensed by the spiritual weapons. However, this wasn't a banquet. The flying spiritual weapons were incomparably ferocious and pierced through more than a dozen people on the spot. They rushed past, leaving behind a pool of blood and a dozen or so corpses. The fat Taoist screamed miserably again and again as he scurried back. There was a golden short sword stuck in his butt, and his hand was firmly holding onto a shield as red as blood. Although he was grimacing in pain, there were no wounds on his body. After pulling out the golden short sword from his butt, no blood flowed out as if nothing had happened. He said, "It's very hard to stop a spiritual weapon if it doesn't stop on its own." Relatively speaking, he was considered lucky. Most of the people who rushed over just now were directly pierced through, and many of them died a violent death. Swoosh. The fat Taoist chased down again. The other cultivators also rode on their divine rainbows and pursued relentlessly, wanting to seize the spirit treasure. Right at this time, a lot of light rain flew over, and some of them directly landed on the nearby mountain peaks. Many multicolored lights also fell from Yi Fan's location. However, after seeing what these things were, he immediately lost interest. Most of them were the flying debris from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Many cultivators rushed over and searched the mountain peak while sizing up Yi Fan from time to time. Clang! Right at this time, another object fell from the sky and directly smashed onto the ground. As soon as Yi Fan picked it up, he was surrounded by a few cultivators. This made him very depressed because there was no way he could get anything today. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain 100 spiritual weapons, it would be difficult for him to protect them. Whoever wants it, feel free to take it. He directly threw the object in his hand on the ground. Who would want a piece of green iron? I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just a piece of scrap copper. Despite saying that, the cultivators picked it up and inspected it carefully. After determining that it was just a piece of scrap copper, they tossed it over to Yi Fan. You should keep it for yourself. Whose child is this? Running around at such a young age, he must be tired of living. The cultivators left in disappointment and rushed to the other peaks. Yi Fan grabbed the palm-sized copper plate from the ground and weighed it a few times. It felt very heavy, like a piece of broken utensil. Shwa shwa shwa. Another dozen or so cultivators descended and carefully searched the mountain peak. Then, they took the scrap copper from Yi Fan's hands and examined it with their spiritual sense. Finally, they threw it to him and flew away. Just like that, a total of more than 10 groups of cultivators appeared on this mountain peak. Almost all of them checked the scrap copper in Yi Fan's hands and finally threw it back to him. Yi Fan was really speechless. This group of people wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. They even checked the green copper in his hands so carefully. If he wanted to obtain a spiritual weapon today, it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. Finally, the fat Taoist flew back with a big grin. He couldn't stop laughing. It seemed like he had gained quite a lot. Hey, kid, where are you hiding? Don't run. Let this Tao Grandpa see if there are any demons or demons bothering you. This Tao Grandpa will help you subdue them. No matter what, I can't give you the treasure this time. Yi Fan put on an act and put the scrap copper in his arms. When the fat Taoist heard this, he immediately smiled and said, "This poor Taoist is indeed fated with little friend. I can help you subdue demons and demons for the 4th time. Don't give me that. If you want this treasure, that's fine too. But you have to give me something to exchange for it. Yi Fan stretched out his hand. Although he felt that this fat Taoist was very wicked and evil, he wasn't evil enough to kill him on the spot. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of him. You and I meet again and again. It seems like we are fated. How about this? I will give you a legendary treasure. The fat Taoist said and took out the treasure from his arms. Who is fated with you? It's best if we don't meet again in this lifetime. When he saw the jade pendant that the fat Taoist handed over, Yi Fan became even more indignant. This jade pendant was dull and dull. Calling it a jade was too much of a compliment. It was no different from a broken stone. The most excessive thing was that it was missing a corner. Yi Fan wanted to throw it out but was stopped by the fat Taoist. The fat Taoist shoved it into his arms and said, "Keep it. This is a good item. Maybe it can save your life." Saying this, the fat Taoist quickly took the scrap copper. "God-damn celestial being, this is the treasure you were talking about? Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper?" The fat Taoist priest glanced at Yi Fan, but he didn't let his guard down. He flipped it around and looked at it carefully for a full 15 minutes. In the end, he even used his divine sense to check it over and over again. Clang! Finally, the fat Taoist threw it on the ground and said with disappointment, "It seems like I was overthinking it. You should keep this treasure for yourself." Yi Fan looked down on this heartless Taoist. He has never seen such a greedy person who took so long to study a rusty copper. A bright pearl is covered in dust. If that's the case, then I will keep it for myself. Yi Fan grabbed the copper. So many cultivators have checked this scrap copper, so he didn't think it was a treasure. He just wanted to mock the heartless Taoist. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to stay in the ruins anymore. He wanted to leave. The heartless Taoist didn't stop him. He kept muttering, "Where is the treasure of the eastern wilderness humans?" He walked around the mountain with his hands behind his back. Not long after, Yi Fan was far away from that area. There were no cultivators around him. He started to use the mystical method recorded in the Tao scripture and quickly rushed out of the ruins. Golden threads seeped out of his golden bitter sea and flowed to every part of his body. They nourished his blood, flesh, internal organs, and bones. He felt full of power and his running speed was extremely fast. At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. When he looked down, he found that the scrap copper had undergone a strange change. A lot of rust fell off and it became simple and elegant. That's right. At a glance, it still looked very ordinary. It was like a broken piece from some utensil. However, if one looked closely, they would find that at this moment, there was an indescribable charm flowing around it. It gave people a feeling of endless simplicity and vicissitudes. Yi Fan used the mystical method of the Tao scripture. Wisps of golden threads shot out from his fingertips and rushed towards the copper. However, no matter how much he used the golden divine power of the bitter sea, the green copper didn't change at all. It was still simple and quiet. This thing doesn't seem to be ordinary. Yi Fan kept the green copper in his arms and no longer examined it. He continued to run. At this moment, his golden bitter sea was constantly overflowing with golden threads, providing him with an endless supply of essence qi. It made him run faster and faster. Hiss! At this moment, Yi Fan was shocked. He felt a sudden coldness under his navel. Then, there seemed to be something in the bitter sea. He hurriedly stopped and the green copper in his arms disappeared. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked inside. This. The green copper actually appeared in his bitter sea. It quietly sank there and didn't move. It was like an eternal rock, calm and elegant. The soybean-sized golden bitter sea was like a bright moon hanging in the darkness. In addition to an extremely small page of the golden book, there was also a piece of simple green copper. It was in the center and actually pushed the page of the golden book to one side. Although the golden paper was divine and flowed with star-like brilliance, it couldn't move the green copper at all. It could only be pushed to the edge of the golden bitter sea. What is this green copper? Yi Fan was very shocked. He carefully looked inside the golden bitter sea and found that there were many mysterious, Tao patterns, on the simple green copper. Chapter 66. Yi Fan didn't know much about Taoist patterns. He had only heard from Elder Wu Qingfeng that the truly powerful weapons were engraved with Taoist patterns, which could be said to be the soul and life of the weapon. Of course, Taoist patterns weren't limited to that. They were only one aspect of weapons, and they could be used in many other fields. For example, they could be engraved on mountains and rivers to form all kinds of forces. They could condense a strange power and turn the area into a mysterious domain. Profound Taoist patterns were even more extraordinary. They had unfathomable power. After being engraved, they could change the nature and structure of all things and adjust life and death. Some miraculous Taoist patterns could even affect the flow of time within a certain range. They could truly capture time with a single thought. There were also some profound Tao patterns that could only be engraved on rare materials and arranged precisely. If it could be provided with powerful divine power, it could pierce through heaven and earth, traverse the void, and appear in another place in an instant. There were even more complicated Taoist patterns that could condense forces of nature, which possessed unimaginable changes and power. Of course, many powerful Taoist patterns weren't spread to the world. They were in the hands of the Holy Lands and the families of the clan of the ancients. They were kept secret, and outsiders didn't know how powerful they were. There were only a few rumors about them. In fact, Taoist patterns were broad and profound, and they covered a lot of aspects. It was said that Taoist patterns were engraved by the great figures of the ancient times after they comprehended the nature of nature. They were passed down to the world and formed the current Taoist patterns. Ordinary cultivators couldn't come into contact with this field at all. Only when their strength reached a certain level could they study Taoist patterns. In a sense, Taoist patterns were engraved by the great figures of the ancient times. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they liked to study the Taoist patterns that were passed down to the world. There were no Taoist patterns on the surface of the mysterious green copper. There were only densely packed Taoist patterns on the fracture. They were complicated, profound, and unfathomable. It was impossible to understand them. Even though it was extremely mysterious, it had a kind of natural charm to it, causing one to be deeply moved by it. They look like natural things. Yi Fan said to himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng had once said that there were some precious treasures that had innate Tao patterns within them, and they weren't artificially refined. They were different and couldn't be replicated, and this was the source of their strength. Could it really be an innate Tao pattern? Yi Fan wasn't sure as he didn't know much about Tao patterns. He just had some doubts in his heart. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a strange fluctuation. He discovered that the road ahead had been cut off. It was hazy, and he couldn't see the end. There was a strange fog shrouding the front. At the same time, he heard the deafening roar of the green serpent. The important figures of the Ji family of the clan of the ancients rode an ancient golden chariot and rushed past, their killing intent sweeping through the mountains. Seal the ruins temporarily. No one is allowed to leave. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and cut off the path ahead. The important figures of the Ji clan carved countless Tao patterns on the mountains and earth veins to cut off the path ahead. In another direction, 9 Qilin beasts pulled a jade carriage. They soared through the clouds and mists, their divine might overflowing into the heavens as they cut off the eastern path. At the same time, similar shouts came from other directions. The important figures sealed off the ruins and didn't allow anyone to leave. Yi Fan was startled and felt that something was wrong. He quickly stopped circulating the Tao scripture's mystical art. The golden sea of bitterness calmed down and then disappeared. The ruins immediately became noisy. Many cultivators didn't know what happened and thought that the important figures were going to start a massacre. What happened? Why didn't they let us leave? Many rogue cultivators felt very uneasy. Only those cultivators from the big sects were still calm and didn't show any signs of panic. The supreme treasure of the eastern wasteland human race hasn't appeared yet. The important figures are panicking. That's right. They blocked the path because they are afraid that someone will leave with the treasure. Even these 5 important figures can't find the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race. Can others get it? Many cultivators discussed. When they knew that this place was sealed off for the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race, most of them were relieved. They didn't have any hope for the treasure in the first place. The 5 important figures carved Tao runes on the mountains and rivers, sealing off the surroundings. Then, they returned to the place where the Fiend Emperor's tomb had collapsed and started searching again. Why is the supreme treasure of our Eastern Wasteland human race silent? After the Fiend Emperor's tomb collapsed, it should have exploded with a world-shaking aura. The 5 important figures whispered. They didn't use a secret language and didn't need to hide it. Where is the ancient desolate tower? Why hasn't it appeared? It has been missing for more than 10,000 years. It should be time for the ancient desolate tower to reappear. Why is it missing? Many cultivators in the distance were shocked. It was clear that the important figures were determined to obtain it. If they couldn't find this supreme treasure, they didn't know how long they would have to seal it. Yi Fan was astonished. Only now did he know that the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race was called the Ancient Desolate Tower. Just the name alone made him feel that it was extraordinary. Many cultivators from the big sects were discussing the past of this supreme treasure of their sect. It is said that the Ancient Desolate Tower has existed for countless years. No one knows when it was passed down. It is said that it has existed since the Eastern Wasteland. When life first appeared in this vast land, the Ancient Desolate Tower already existed. What exactly does the Ancient Desolate Tower look like? Many cultivators did not understand. As the name suggests, it is naturally the body of the tower. The 9-layered Ancient Desolate Tower has a vast and unfathomable might. It is immortal and can suppress all the experts in the world. Is it that horrifying? Even if you are unparalleled and look down on the Eastern Wasteland, you cannot block the suppression of the Ancient Desolate Tower. Otherwise, why would it be called the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland human race? Since ancient times, who knows how many peerless experts have died under the Ancient Desolate Tower? No one can block the suppression of the Ancient Desolate Tower. With the path ahead blocked, Yi Fan was unable to leave. He returned to the depths of the ruins and heard the discussions of the cultivators. He felt a sense of longing. The Ancient Desolate Tower was so heaven-defying that it was very tempting. Just at this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda appeared. He quickly rushed towards Yi Fan. His entire body seemed to be burning, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived before Yi Fan. His face was filled with excitement as he asked, "Where is that piece of scrap copper?" "I threw it into the pool of water." "What?" The unscrupulous Taoist's face was filled with shock. Then, he became extremely anxious. He grabbed Yi Fan's shoulders and shook him vigorously. He said, "Which pool of water? Quickly bring me there." Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this green copper had a great background? At first, he thought that it had something to do with the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland. However, when he found out that the Ancient Desolate Tower had 9 layers, he immediately understood that it was impossible for the green copper to be the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland humans. It had nothing to do with the Ancient Desolate Tower. The Ancient Desolate Tower is so big, and there are dense forests and mountains everywhere. I already changed directions long ago and forgot where I went. No, you have to remember. The unscrupulous Taoist's expression was somewhat terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Yi Fan, refusing to let go. Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper? You looked at it repeatedly for 15 minutes, but in the end, you threw it on the ground. Why are you looking for it now? Could it be that that piece of scrap copper has some background? You won't understand even if I tell you. Hurry up and find it for me. The unscrupulous Taoist did not smile. At this moment, he was incomparably stern as he pulled Yi Fan away. Yi Fan understood. It seemed that the mysterious green copper indeed had a great background. It seemed to be extremely important. Immeasurable celestial being, how could this poor Taoist's hands be so cheap? I threw away something that I already got my hands on. The fat Taoist's face was ashen. He was incomparably regretful and vexed. It was completely different from his previous smiling appearance. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this unscrupulous Taoist had the urge to kill him. He did not want to collide with the tip of a knife, so he obediently walked forward. Little friend, you must remember carefully. If you can find that piece of green copper, I will give you whatever you want. The fat Taoist's expression was solemn as he warned, you must remember carefully. What exactly is that thing? Don't ask any more. If you ask again, I will go crazy. The fat Taoist fiercely slapped his right hand and said, how could I be so muddle-headed? I spent my entire life searching for treasures, but in the end, I have eyes but can't see. It could be seen that he was very self-blaming. He was not acting at all and wanted nothing more than to chop off that hand of his. We separated here. After that, I saw you running into the distance. The fat Taoist brought Yi Fan to the mountain peak where the two of them separated. Yes, it's here. Let me think about where I passed by. Yi Fan walked down the mountain at a moderate pace. The unscrupulous Taoist followed closely and did not rush him. He allowed him to think slowly. Yi Fan walked very slowly. He was thinking about how to get rid of this fat Taoist. Unknowingly, the two of them crossed over 3 mountain ridges. When they were climbing the 4th mountain ridge, Yi Fan revealed a joyful expression and said, it's here. Looking at the direction his finger was pointing at, the fat Taoist's expression immediately became ugly. There was a deep and dark pond on this mountain ridge. It was as still as a stone without a trace of ripples. It emitted waves of heart-palpitating coldness. Don't tell me that you threw the scrap copper into this pond. The fat Taoist's eyes shot out a demonic glow. Immediately, Yi Fan's mind became absent-minded. He faintly felt that something was wrong. It was as if the other party was seeing through his mind. At this moment, Yi Fan became nervous. He hurriedly focused his mind and tried hard to imagine a scene of him standing beside the black pond and throwing a piece of scrap copper into it. The fat Taoist's eyes returned to normal. He clenched his teeth and said, you wastrel, I really want to throw you in there. Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper? Yi Fan's expression was one of indifference. Plop. The fat Taoist directly plunged into the pond. At first, there was a divine radiance flickering under the water, but not long after, it became dim. The deep and dark pond gradually regained its tranquility. Yi Fan waited for half an hour, but he still didn't see the heartless Taoist coming up. He mumbled to himself, don't tell me this immoral fatty met his retribution down there. After another 15 minutes, the water surface made a soft splash. The fat Taoist's body was covered in a thick layer of black ice. He rushed out like an ice sculpture. Bang! Light flashed continuously from within the black ice. After dozens of breaths, the heartless Taoist finally used his divine radiance to break the solid ice. Chunks of ice fell to the ground. At this moment, his face was green and purple, and even his lips were trembling. Heartless celestial being, this Taoist grandpa is freezing to death. His entire body was trembling, and his body was constantly overflowing with divine light, expelling the cold air. Black mist could be seen emerging from the surface of his body. The surrounding plants were instantly frozen by the black mist, and then turned into powder in an instant. In the distance, Yi Fan took a deep breath. He chose this black pond only because he felt it was deep enough. He didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The solid ice that fell to the ground froze everything within a 10-meter radius. Many rocks were already cracked. Yi Fan was very far away, but he could still feel a bone-piercing chill. Taoist priest didn't get anything? I dove for several thousand meters and saw a broken monument along the way. On it, the words Nether Pond were carved. It was so deep that I couldn't see the bottom. I have no idea how deep this black pond is. Taoist priest, why did you throw it away in the beginning? Now you regret it, right? Say no more. Seeing the fat Taoist priest's flustered and exasperated expression, Yi Fan almost laughed out loud. He felt great in his heart, but his face revealed an incomparably nervous expression as he said, "Could it really be a treasure?" The fat Taoist priest's face was ashen. He angrily paced back and forth and said, "I don't have anything in common with you." Yi Fan tactfully walked to the side and plucked 2 wild fruits. He ate them with relish. Seeing that he didn't care at all and was still in the mood to eat wild fruits, the fat Taoist priest couldn't help but get angry. He said with a sullen expression, "You are the biggest prodigal son in the world. You actually threw it into the deep pond. I really want to kill you. Taoist grandpa, you threw it away first. Why are you blaming me now? Didn't you also treat it as trash in the beginning? I hate it." The heartless Taoist priest wanted to slap himself. Then, he jumped into the deep pond again with a plop. This time, it took more than 2 hours for the fat Taoist priest to rush out of the water. He had completely turned into a huge block of ice. It was flickering with black light and bone-piercing cold air. Yi Fan hid far away. This time, the heartless Taoist priest took a quarter of an hour to break out of the ice. His entire body was blackish purple, and all the pores on his body were spewing out black mist. A large area of the mountain ridge had been frozen into black ice. Countless vegetation had withered, and many mountain rocks had cracked due to the cold. After a long time, the heartless Taoist priest finally recovered and walked out of the ice region in a dejected manner. He sat on the ground and muttered to himself, "I hate it." At the side, Yi Fan was secretly pleased. Seeing this heartless Taoist priest so dejected, he felt incomparably carefree. Suddenly, the heartless Taoist priest seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He looked at the active volcano in the distance and the black cold pond in front of him. He exclaimed, "I understand now. The demon emperor has 2 tombs. One is the Yang tomb, and the other is the Yin tomb." Yi Fan was startled by him and asked, "Taoist priest, what are you talking about?" The fat Taoist priest ignored him and started to carve on the ground seriously. He marked the active volcano and the black pond on the ground. Then, he drew out the surrounding terrain according to a certain scale. Limitless Mother * King Celestial Being, it is indeed like this. 1 Yang and 1 Yin, embracing the Tai Chi. The source of power, the heart, is buried in the Yang tomb. The true ice-cold corpse is buried in the Yin tomb. The heartless Taoist priest's expression was unsettled. Chapter 67. The heartless Taoist placed his hands behind his back and frowned as he paced back and forth. He mumbled to himself, "The demon emperor truly lives up to his reputation. He actually set up the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Is this place a flaw he purposely left behind?" The fat Taoist was bewildered. He stared at the active volcano in the distance, then at the unfathomable black pond in front of him. His brows were knitted together as he said, "If I am not wrong, this Yin tomb is not simple. No matter how many people enter, many will die. Taoist priest, aren't you still alive and well?" Yi Fan interrupted from the side. "Are you purposely trying to anger me?" The heartless Taoist found Yi Fan to be an eyesore and said, "You wastrel, why don't you just go down and accompany the demon emperor?" "Don't, Taoist priest, don't vent your anger on me. This really has nothing to do with me." Sigh. The heartless Taoist sat on the ground with a dejected expression. "Although I discovered a shocking secret, I have no way to open the Yin tomb. I think there must be a fatal trap down there. Just now, if I dived down to the bottom of the pond and entered the Yin temple, I'm afraid I would no longer exist in this world. So, the Eastern Wasteland supreme treasure, the ancient Wasteland Tower, is in the Yin tomb under the Black Pond?" Yi Fan sat on a boulder far away and didn't get too close in order to avoid getting into trouble. He said, "No wonder those 5 big shots couldn't find the ancient Wasteland Tower no matter what. So it is suppressed here." The heartless Taoist ignored him and revealed a pensive expression. He then drew on the ground as if he was deducing the connection between the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Finally, he let out a long sigh and revealed a helpless expression. "I missed the supreme treasure, but I found the world-shocking Yin tomb by chance, but I can't enter. How regretful and distressing. Aren't there a few big shots over there?" Yi Fan pointed at the 5 top experts above the active volcano. Even if they went in, they would not be able to escape unscathed. This is a fatal trap. The Yang Tomb is a flaw that the demon emperor purposely left behind to leave the demon race's supreme treasure and the source of his power for his descendants. This is his resting place, and no one can disturb him. Revealing the Yang Tomb was to cover up the Yin Tomb. Perhaps there are other wondrous uses as well. One Yin and one Yang, embracing and protecting the Tai Chi, it is extremely mysterious. Speaking of this, the heartless Taoist priest revealed a disappointed expression and said, unless there is a supreme treasure of the eastern wasteland, even if there is a peerless cultivator who can break this deadly trap, he will not be able to stop the Yin Tomb. It will rush into the eastern wasteland like a dragon returning to the sea, and no one will be able to find it. To think that the ancient desolate tower is so miraculous. It can freeze the fiend emperor's Yin grave. It is even stronger than a matchless expert. Yi Fan revealed a shocked expression. Of course. The heartless Taoist priest revealed an expression of yearning and said, it is said that the ancient desolate tower has existed for countless years. However, no one knows when it was passed down. There is nothing in this world that it cannot suppress. Is it that scary? The fat Taoist revealed a fascinated expression and said, since the ancient times, the existence of immortals has never been confirmed and no one can say for sure. However, every legend about immortals in the eastern desolate region is related to the ancient desolate tower. What does it have to do with the ancient desolate tower? Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. It is said that in the endless years, immortals have appeared in the eastern desolate region. This was recorded in the ancient books several times. Without exception, these immortals were all suppressed to death by the ancient desolate tower. It can't be. The ancient desolate tower is so scary? Yi Fan was shocked. The existence of immortals was not confirmed in the current world. However, one could imagine that if immortals existed, they would be above all cultivators in the world. Even so powerful, it was difficult to resist the suppression of the ancient desolate tower. This was really shocking. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would so many important people come here? I believe that before long, the leader of a holy land will come personally. After all, the eastern desolate region is too big. Some people will receive the news later. Once they know, they will definitely lay down Tao runes and travel through the void. What is the origin of the ancient desolate tower? Why is it so extraordinary and powerful? Yi Fan could not calm down. It is said that it already existed in the world before the eastern desolate region was born. No one knows its origin. What a pity. Taoist priest, you threw away the treasure that was already in your hands. You treated it like scrap metal. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed, putting on a show. Hearing this, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's face immediately turned very unsightly. It was even greener than green copper. He said angrily, if not for you, I would have already obtained it. Taoist priest, you cannot say that. You were the one who threw it away first. What a pity for that ancient desolate tower. Who told you that it was the ancient desolate tower? When did I say that it was the supreme treasure of the eastern desolate humans? Yi Fan was very shocked. He said, since it is not the ancient desolate tower, why are you in such a rush? It is just a piece of scrap metal. I also feel that it has nothing to do with the ancient desolate tower. What do you know? You are just a wimpy brat. I can't be bothered with you. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was filled with anger. He was not willing to talk about the green copper anymore. Although Yi Fan looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, he was actually more than 20 years old. Naturally, he was unhappy that he was called a wimpy brat. He said softly, damn. Who are you telling? The unscrupulous Taoist priest asked in bewilderment. I'll be relying on you. Yi Fan was unhappy and replied in a very rude manner. Relying on me? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't have time to bother with you. After saying that, the unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and stared at the black pool in a daze. Taoist priest, since you do not dare to enter the Yin grave, why don't you tell me what is going on with the green copper? Let me know its origin. After all, I was the one who threw it out. You still have the cheek to say that." Hearing this, the fat Taoist priest was enraged. His eyes turned red. "It seems like it is really not ordinary. I guess it is only slightly inferior to the ancient desolate tower." Yi Fan did not have any good intentions. He was purposely provoking the unscrupulous Taoist priest. Of course, he did not dare to go overboard. "Wimpy brat, you actually dare to play tricks on me. I will suffocate you to death. I will not tell you." The fat Taoist priest turned around and ignored him. "Taoist priest, you are too unreasonable. You took 3 spiritual weapons from my hands. Now that I am asking you something, you are putting on such an attitude." The unscrupulous Taoist priest looked at Yi Fan and really wanted to strangle him to death. He said, "Even 10, 100, or even 1,000 spiritual weapons would not be able to exchange for the green copper that you threw away. Taoist priest, can you not be so angry? Didn't I just casually throw it into the black pool? Who told you to not tell me that it was a treasure?" The unscrupulous Taoist priest felt more and more upset as he looked at this 11 or 12-year-old wimpy brat. In the end, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. He really wanted to chop off his hands. Why were his hands so despicable? Why did he not keep them back then? Unscrupulous celestial being. He let out a heavy breath and said, "Stop talking so much and be more obedient." AI. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. However, he felt very good in his heart. In just a short period of time, he had already made the unscrupulous Taoist feel endless regret. He had successfully evoked his negative emotions and had finally vented his anger. When Yi Fan did not say anything else, the fat Taoist priest spoke instead. It seemed like he felt that it was a pity. He said, "Who said that this green copper is inferior to the ancient desolate tower? 10,000 years ago, the eastern desolate continent nearly flipped because of this green copper. There was such a thing?" Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. "Yes, even when the ancient desolate tower was lost, there was no such turmoil. However, this green copper caused the entire eastern desolate continent to be restless. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. Its might is unstoppable. It is already considered the treasure of the eastern desolate continent. Could it be that this green copper is more powerful than it?" The fat Taoist priest said listlessly, "The green copper is something of the Central Plains. When it was lost, all the top experts of the Central Plains came out and almost flipped the eastern desolate continent, southern mountains, western desert, and northern plains upside down. It was a great turmoil." Yi Fan heard this and gasped. He knew that the Central Plains was even more vast than the eastern desolate continent. Even if cultivators rode on divine rainbows, it would still be difficult to cross. If they wanted to travel from one end to the other, they could only carve Tao markings on the mountains and rivers, condense heavenly power, and travel through the void. It was rumored that there were many historical sites in the central continent. It was a place of great heroes and powerful individuals. It was an extremely mysterious and prosperous ancient land. Who is so daring to provoke all the top experts of the Central Plains? Naturally, it is the last great sovereign who unified the Eastern Desolate Fiend race. He has caused great trouble for the Eastern Desolate Continent's humans. It seems that the Fiend's sovereign is very powerful. He has stirred up a storm in all directions. He is indeed an extraordinary person." The unscrupulous Taoist looked at him unhappily and said, "Is there a need for you to say that? If he was not powerful enough, how could he unify the Eastern Desolate Fiend race and achieve the immortal sovereign cause?" Yi Fan thought for a while and asked, "How can you be sure that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains? And what exactly is it?" Chapter 68. Of course I can confirm that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains. The heartless Taoist priest muttered to himself for a while before continuing. The incident back then caused a huge commotion. The most widely spread rumor was that the demon the Arch had snatched away the Eastern Barren human race's supreme treasure, the ancient Barren Tower, and wanted to use it as a burial item for him when his lifespan ended. The ancient desolate tower had indeed gone missing at that time. Everyone believed that it was Xiao Chen's doing. Aside from this, there was another rather secretive rumor. It was said that the Fiend Emperor was not the one who stole the ancient desolate tower. He had indeed made a move to search for the burial items. However, what he stole was a mysterious item from the central province. Regarding this piece of green copper, it is very mysterious. Very few people in the eastern wilderness know about it. Even if they have heard of it, they don't know much about it. That's how you came to this conclusion? Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. The ancient desolate tower did not appear in the Fiend Emperor's grave, negating the first legend. Naturally, I connected it to the green copper. At this point, the heartless Daoist slapped himself and said, I never thought that after searching for treasures my entire life, I would be blinded by green copper and miss it. How did you wake up later? How did you realize that something was wrong? It's because it's so ordinary that it's beyond common sense. It doesn't have a single flaw, and all the methods I've used have been fooled. In retrospect, this is clearly the biggest flaw. Even ordinary scrap copper can't be so ordinary. Yi Fan purposely sighed and said, unexpectedly, I am so transcendent. With a gentle shake of my hand, I tossed away an item comparable to the ancient desolate tower like it is an old shoe. It's a pity that no one has seen it. I believe that at that time, I must have been like a god descending to the mortal world. My beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Are you purposely trying to anger me? You're asking for a beating, aren't you? The heartless Taoist priest was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Although Yi Fan felt that the fat Daoist priest was lacking in morals, he was not a vicious person. Thus, he was not afraid of him. He said, Daoist priest, please do not be angry. The most important thing for you now is to quickly think of a way to fish up that piece of green copper. The ancient desolate tower might be in the Yin tomb below. Perhaps you didn't miss out on a great treasure. On the contrary, you might have gotten two. It is impossible for the ancient desolate tower to be in the Yin hall. Although he said that, the unscrupulous Taoist still let go of Yi Fan and carefully thought about what to do next. I'll stake it all. I'll try again. The fat Daoist priest walked towards the black pond again. He couldn't forget about the mysterious green copper and couldn't give it up. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the black cold pond. A malevolent beast floated up and down, appearing in the black water. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was cast from black gold, emitting a demonic aura. It was strangely shaped and had 3 heads. The middle head looked like a human ape, while the left and right heads were bird heads and snake heads respectively. Its body was like a dark horse cast from black gold. It had no feathers and was covered in black scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked powerful and powerful. This was a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. It roared in the water, letting out a deep roar that made Yi Fan feel as if his soul was floating, as if it was about to leave his body. Calm your mind and focus. The fat Daoist shouted in a low voice, there is actually such a thing that resides in the land of extreme Yin. Its roar can shatter one's soul. It is an extremely powerful strange beast known as the golden crow ape. Although this malevolent and huge strange beast had 3 heads, only the ape head in the middle had intelligence. The bird and snake heads on the left and right could use divine abilities, but they didn't have any thoughts. The ape head in the middle was the leader, and that was why it was called the golden crow ape. However, there were also legends that the bird and snake heads that were cast from black gold could also awaken intelligence. Once the golden crow ape evolved to that level, it would be extremely terrifying. Unless a top expert made a move, it would be impossible to exterminate it. At that time, its magic power would reach the heavens. Yi Fan listened and memorized everything in his heart. He calmed his heart and focused his mind. After being enveloped by the radiance of the fat Daoist, his soul stabilized and no longer felt as if it was floating. Boom! At this moment, the golden crow ape suddenly floated up from the black water and stirred up a boundless black wave that rushed towards the fat Daoist and Yi Fan. Chi! The unscrupulous Daoist reacted quickly and drew a circle with one hand. A green light overflowed and immediately blossomed like fireworks. A dazzling and misty scene enshrouded him and Yifan. The black fog that could freeze rocks and the cold water were all blocked outside. At the same time, he drew in the air and wrote a big, seal, character. Surrender. The fat Taoist lightly shouted. The seal, character in the air instantly became resplendent as if it was carved out of jade. It was tangible and flew forward with a swoosh. Bang! It solidly imprinted itself on the golden crow ape's body and emitted a hissing sound. Waves of cold black fog rose and gradually merged into the golden crow's body. Roar! The golden crow ape shook its body violently, and its two drooping heads slowly rose up. The bird head opened its beak and instantly spat out a blazing bolt of lightning, while the snake head stuck out its tongue and spat out a black flame. The air seemed to be scorched on the spot. Extreme lightning and nether flame. The fat Taoist was shocked and hurriedly pulled Yifan back a few steps. He opened his mouth and spat out a small blood-colored shield. Specks of light flickered and spread out in the wind. It grew to a height of 4 to 5 feet and blocked in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning danced in the air and black flames burned. All of them collided with the blood-red shield and rays of sparkling red light flashed out. This golden crow ape is not simple. The bird head and snake head on the left and right seemed to have gained intelligence before. However, they were pierced by someone and lost their intelligence. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. If the golden crow ape's 3 heads had gained intelligence at the same time, then even a powerful cultivator would have to run if they encountered it. Fortunately, the 2 heads are not in a perfect state. He softly muttered to himself. The golden crow ape's powerful attack shook the red jade shield, but it still managed to block it in the end. Slash. At this time, a brilliant light rushed out from the fat Taoist's sea of bitterness. It was like a bright moon, bright and clear, and it charged straight at the golden crow ape. Bang! 2 rays of golden light rushed out from the eyes of the golden crow ape's middle head and shot onto the round moon-like jade plate. Both of them shook violently. The heartless Taoist revealed an expression of shock and said, all 3 heads seem to have been heavily injured by someone. There are terrifying scars on them. It seems like it had successfully gained intelligence in all 3 heads in the past. If I encountered it at that time, I would have no choice but to run. Not only did the golden crow ape's left and right heads lose their intelligence, but the middle head had also suffered heavy injuries. It was difficult for it to reproduce its demonic might from the past and was gradually being suppressed by the heartless Taoist. Bang! But when the heartless Taoist wanted to restrain it, the golden crow ape struggled violently. Its entire body instantly burst out with a blinding golden light, and it broke free from the restraints and sank into the black pond. This thing is indeed terrifying. If all 3 of its heads were to recover, very few people would be able to subdue it. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. At this moment, the bottomless frigid pond suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to rush out from below. It was much more violent than the golden crow apes. Boundless waves surged from the black pond, and black mist surged in all directions. The mist lingered around, and it was bone-chilling. Many parts of the mountain were frozen and cracked, and many mountain rocks were turned into fine powder after the black mist blew past. Taoist, didn't you say that the tomb was hidden in the darkness and wouldn't appear? Why is it so terrifying now? Maybe I did something by accident just now and got into trouble. What did you do? I was a few thousand meters deep in the black pond and saw a broken stone tablet with the words Dark Pond carved on it. I pulled it out and threw it into the depths of the pond. I think after it sank to the bottom, it might have touched the demon Thearka's tomb. Taoist, don't tell me you smashed that broken tablet on the demon Thearka's tomb? At that time, who would have known that the demon Thearka's tomb was at the bottom of the pond? Splash. Right at this moment, there was a splash in the black pond, and a group of soldiers wearing black iron armor rushed out. They were all holding black sabers in their hands and were emitting a deathly aura. This is... Yifan was astonished. The fat Taoist also revealed an astonished expression as he pulled Yifan backward and said, "What is going on?" What is so strange about the demon Thearcha's tomb? Could there be a terrifying tomb guardian? What kind of living beings are these? The water in the Black Pond surged, and a broken ancient war chariot emerged from the Black Pond one after another, carrying a carriage of soldiers. They were wearing tungsten iron armor, and every part of their body was covered. They were either holding a black saber or a black death spear. Chapter 69. The black cold pond was surging with waves. The broken ancient war chariot seemed to have gone through the baptism of blood and fire as it was covered in sword marks and sword holes. It crushed the black water and braved the wind and waves as it approached. So strange. More than 10,000 years have passed, but there are still tomb guards in the demon emperor's tomb. This is too absurd and unimaginable. The heartless Taoist frowned. Swoosh. Right when he was in a daze, a black arrow quickly shot over. The arrowhead was burning with netherworld flames, and the tail of the arrow was surging with a thick black mist. Clang! The heartless Taoist raised his ruby-like shield to block the arrow, but the arrow exploded at this moment. The netherworld flames shot in all directions as the black mist surged. The netherworld flames scorched the surrounding ground and melted the rocks. Then, the black mist surged over and froze everything into powder. This terrifying energy almost hit Yi Fan and the heartless Taoist. This kind of arrow had the combination of ice and fire, and it was extremely powerful. If a normal cultivator wasn't careful, their life would be in danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The piercing sound lingered in the ears as the black arrows pierced through the black mist and continuously shot over like a black rainstorm. Clang, clang, clang. The ruby-like shield was hit by hundreds of arrows, and it was surrounded by the netherworld flames along with the endless black mist. Chi! 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 The shield overflowed with a scarlet brilliance that surged outward like water waves. It shook off the netherworld flames and dispersed the black mist, finally blocking this wave of attack. However, right at this time, there was a rumbling sound as the broken war chariots carrying the soldiers rushed over. They had already landed on the shore and were about to crush their way forward. I want to see what kind of things you are. The heartless Taoist priest gnashed his teeth and spat out a green light from his mouth. It was an inch-long knife, and it shone with a green light. It unfolded in the wind and quickly grew to a length of half a foot. It looked like a pool of green water, sparkling and translucent, and emitted waves of cold air. After seeing this, Yi Fan clenched his teeth. This was the dagger he obtained, but it was stolen by this heartless Taoist and was now being used to fight against the enemy. Chi! The green dagger transformed into a green ribbon that charged forward, and it emanated strands of dazzling divine light that instantly obstructed a damaged war chariot. Soon after, the unscrupulous Taoist sea of bitterness blossomed, and a blood-colored bead rushed out. Scarlet light radiated in all directions, and waves of powerful divine power surged forward. The three ancient chariots were frozen in place on the spot, and they were unable to move in the slightest. At the same time, a shining purple thumb ring appeared on the unscrupulous Taoist's thumb, illuminating his palm and making it glittering and translucent. Kill! The heartless Taoist priest lightly shouted and raised his finger. Suddenly, the purple ring emitted thousands of auspicious lights and shot out sharp purple blades. Pu. The blades of light cleaved through the two dilapidated chariots and stopped a group of soldiers in their tracks. Seeing all of this, Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He was the one who found these three spiritual weapons, but they were snatched away by the heartless Taoist priest. Now, he was using them to fight the enemy. Chi. Just at this time, the spiritual green dagger pierced through 5 soldiers and slashed one of the chariots into pieces. And at this time, the scarlet red bead also successfully restrained the 3 chariots. Good stuff. The unscrupulous Taoist priest sighed. In the end, all the broken chariots were slashed into pieces, and all the soldiers were also nearly pierced through. The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed over and tore apart the black iron armor on their bodies to see what was inside. What made him dumbstruck was that after the first few soldiers tore apart the armor, fine sand actually flowed out from inside. It was not a living thing at all. Soon after, he finally found a few soldiers that were not fine sand. After careful inspection, he found out that they were actually the corpses of wild beasts that were sealed in ice. What's going on? The unscrupulous Taoist was extremely astonished and said, could it be that the Tao patterns are supporting them? He quickly swept away the fine sand, and sure enough, he found a small wooden tablet at the original place. There were complicated Tao patterns engraved on it. It really is so. Scattering sand to form soldiers and gathering corpses to form generals, good method. With that said, the unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed an excited expression and said, these are all Tao patterns from tens of thousands of years ago. Maybe we can research something. He quickly blew away the fine sand on the ground and shattered the corpses. Then, he collected all the wooden tablets and piled them up on the ground. Boom! At this time, a sound came from the icy black pond again. A demon general with a wolf's head covered in black gold armor slowly walked out. He emitted a dense death aura, and it was unknown how many times stronger than those soldiers. This is the demon general that died in battle in the past, and he was also used. It seems like it is not the Tao patterns that are supporting his corpse. The unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed a pensive expression. The demon general slowly approached, and the ground trembled as the surrounding black fog surged. Not simple. At this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's sea of bitterness blossomed with a dazzling green light. A large green flame surged forward and surrounded the wolf-head demon general. Bang! However, this demon general was not to be underestimated. He emitted a dense death aura that continuously pushed back the green flames. He has undergone a corpse transformation and gained a hazy intelligence. His demonic body is immortal, and he has produced a powerful death aura. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was shocked and felt that this was no small matter. He told Yi Fan to retreat while he took out a few spiritual weapons and supplemented them with the green flames. There is something strange here. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. A young man in his 20s arrived on the mountain ridge, and he said, very good. All of you can leave now. His gaze locked onto the wooden tablets on the ground that were inscribed with markings of the Tao, and then he stared at the demon general. The unscrupulous Taoist priest coldly glanced at him, but he immediately revealed a strange expression. The sleeves of this person actually had the symbol of the Wavering Light Holy Land. I am a disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land. My master has ordered you all to leave immediately. The young man was extremely arrogant, as if he was born with a sense of superiority. He glanced at Yi Fan and found that there were no fluctuations of divine power, so he said, if you don't want to die, then leave immediately. Bang! At this time, the demon general broke free from the unscrupulous Taoist priest's restraints and quickly jumped into the black pond, disappearing without a trace. The unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and coldly said, reckless thing, using the tiger's skin as a banner. I hate scum like you the most. You dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land. Not to mention that you are not, even if you were, this Taoist grandpa would still dare to slap you to death. Swoosh! Seeing that he had been exposed, the young man immediately made his move. Hundreds and thousands of golden rays shot towards the unscrupulous Taoist priest like a golden rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The unscrupulous Taoist priest waved his sleeves, and a green mist flew out, collecting all the golden rays. They were actually golden needles. Bang! The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed forward and grabbed the young man's neck, bringing him close to the cold pond, and said, using the tiger's skin as a banner to deceive this Taoist grandpa. Tell me, which sect are you from, or else I will throw you down. I am really a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple. The young man revealed an expression of fear. Taoist priest, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just throw him in and feed him to the demon general. Yi Fan suggested from afar, purposely trying to scare the young man. You are right, no need to waste your breath. The unscrupulous Taoist priest gently shook his hand, and the young man instantly fell into the cold pond, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Yi Fan was dumbstruck. He didn't think that the unscrupulous Taoist priest would actually do this. This unscrupulous Taoist priest suddenly became a little dangerous in his heart. This was a person who had no scruples. Splash! The black pond surged, and more than 10 demon generals appeared. Their entire bodies were covered in black gold armor, only their heads were exposed. They had all kinds of strange shapes, some had dog heads, some had tiger heads, and one look and it was obvious that they were demons. All of them emitted a thick aura of death. In their hands was the young man from before. With a bang sound, they tore him apart, and immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Rumble. At this moment, the cold pond seemed to be boiling, and it turned from black as ink into a blood-red color. It was incomparably beautiful. Not good, this is bad. The demon sovereign's tomb is stained with blood, and it has started a sure-kill situation. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's expression became very ugly. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the sky was filled with blood light from the cold pond. It set off the entire ancient desolate ruins, and it startled all the cultivators. Don't tell me, we will die here? Yi Fan revealed a frightened expression. Chapter 70. The unscrupulous Taoist sighed and said, I can no longer enter this tomb, damn it. He could not forget about green copper. Now that he suddenly lost the opportunity, he was extremely regretful and upset. The killing trap in the cold pond had begun, but people outside the cold pond were not in danger. At this moment, 5 blinding lights rushed over. The 5 great characters were all alarmed and rushed to the mountain ridge immediately. They emitted a powerful pressure and floated in the air like gods. Yi Fan wanted to observe them, but he found that he could not see through the bright lights. He could only see 5 bright lights and nothing else. Demon God tomb. One of them gasped. His eyes were like torches and immediately understood what was under the cold pond. The active volcano is the Yang tomb, and the netherworld cold pond is the tomb. One Yang and one Yin, protecting the Tai Chi and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It can evolve into endless changes. Another great character sighed and said, the demon god is indeed extraordinary. If I did not discover it by chance, it would be hard to imagine that he set up 2 tombs, one Yin and one Yang. This is big trouble. The Yin tomb has begun a killing trap. It will be very difficult to enter. The Eastern barren human race's treasure is nowhere to be found. The ancient desolate tower is most likely in this Yin tomb. The great characters could not calm down, but they could not think of a way to enter the demon god Yin tomb. It's not like there's no way at all. Tens of thousands of years have passed. No matter how perfect the arrangements are, there will still be a slight flaw. We can carefully sneak in and take a look before making a decision. Okay. At this moment, the 5 lights all landed, and one of them instantly enveloped the unscrupulous Taoist. I heard someone say that he would dare to kill a disciple of a holy land with one slap. You must be extraordinary. Since you triggered this trap, why don't you go with us? The unscrupulous Taoist priest's face turned green on the spot, and he hurriedly said, Seniors, I'm just talking nonsense. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Right now, the Yin tomb has activated a deadly trap. With my cultivation, if I go down there, I will definitely die. You are indeed not simple. You even know about the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Come with us. Don't, seniors, please have mercy. The unscrupulous Taoist screamed. Whoosh! 5 beams of light flashed, and 5 super-powerful figures carried the green-faced unscrupulous Taoist priest into the blood-red cold pond. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, came to an abrupt stop. As they entered, the cold pond boiled and a bloody light filled the sky. Those demon generals had long since disappeared inside. Indeed, evil people will be tortured by evil people. Damn fatty, good luck to you. Yi Fan stood up, patted his butt, and left. No matter what, he couldn't stay here any longer. Boom! The blood-colored radiance flickered, and the entire primitive ruins were enveloped by the blood-colored radiance. This place turned into a bleak, bewitching, and abnormally terrifying scene. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. There seemed to be an earth-shattering change happening under the blood-colored cold pond. Yifan left the mountain ridge and hid far away. At this moment, the mountains and rivers in all directions were engraved with Dao runes, sealing this ancient land. Yifan couldn't break through and could only wander around the mountains. He was waiting for a chance to leave. Now that he had obtained a one-page golden book and a mysterious green bronze, it could be said that this was a harvest that would drive all cultivators crazy. Escaping far away was the best choice. I hope the restriction can be broken as soon as possible. Yifan's cultivation was too low, and he couldn't compete with those cultivators for the spiritual weapons. He understood his own situation, so he purposely chose a desolate place to go. Yifan opened a jade box, and waves of fragrance immediately assailed his nostrils. The jade serpent orchid was extremely fragrant. At this moment, he wanted to take action and use this opportunity to find spirit herbs. Now that he had obtained a one-page golden book, the complete sea of reincarnation scroll would guide him forward. If he could find enough spirit herbs, then he would definitely be able to achieve something in a short period of time. Yifan quickly moved and headed deeper into the mountains. Due to the appearance of the demonic emperor's tomb, almost all the spirit beasts had fled. Only a few hid in their caves and refused to come out. At this moment, it was countless times easier to harvest spirit herbs. Previously, when he came to the depths of the ruins, Yifan remembered passing by a swamp where he found a powerful strange beast that seemed to be guarding something. At that time, he took a detour, but now, he decided to take a look again. After finding the mountain, Yifan quickly found the swamp. He could vaguely sense waves of baleful aura and found many huge scales in the swamp. They were all the size of a palm. Seems like there was a big guy hiding here. Fortunately, it has already left. Yifan searched for a long time but to no avail. Finally, he found a trace of abnormality at the place where most of the scales had fallen off. There was an unknown plant here that looked very ordinary, but the strange beast seemed to be carefully avoiding it and didn't step on it. He was a little suspicious. He squatted down and dug the soil towards the roots. After digging more than a meter deep, he still didn't find anything unusual. Just when Yifan was about to give up, a golden light suddenly reflected in his eyes. Under the soil, there was actually a golden stem at the end of the main root of the plant. It was only the size of a longan and was dazzling. Yifan was shocked. He suddenly recalled that when he was flipping through the spirit herbs books in the spirit ruin grotto heaven, he once saw a record. It was said that when some ancient trees failed to go through tribulations, they might not be completely annihilated. They would often leave behind a bit of life essence that would attach to the roots of other plants. In the future, it was very possible for them to regenerate. This can't be the essence left behind by the old tree spirit, right? Yifan looked at the golden stem and revealed a joyful expression. He then put it into the jade box. After that, he headed to the next location and soon arrived in front of a stone mountain. There was a huge black hole at the base of the mountain, from which a faint fragrance came out. A happy expression appeared on Yifan's face as he quickly walked inside. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the stone cave. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of frightening killing intent. Yifan's body immediately stiffened. He hurriedly retreated as if he was flying away. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a wild beast poked half of its body out of the stone cave and continuously roared. It looked like a jackal, but there was not a single strand of hair on its body. There were many sharp black poisonous thorns growing out of its body, looking somewhat frightening. It was 7 to 8 meters long and had an extremely bloody killing intent. When it roared, its whole body constantly lit up with a black light, like a burning black flame. Yifan hid in the distance. With one glance, he knew that this wild beast was not something he could provoke. It was much stronger than the jade horn snake. This kind of aura was very frightening. The other beasts have all escaped, but it dares to stay. It must be extraordinary. In the end, Yi Fan did not find anything here and began to search other places. 4 hours later, he found another 3 kinds of spirit herbs. However, they were not very rare and were far less precious than the golden stem. Boom! Right at this time, a bloody light soared up from the cold pond. Several figures rushed up and engaged in an intense battle. There was actually a monster that was completely black and looked like a lion. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. It looked very much like the legendary Ho. It was fighting against a big shot and was not at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the Demon Emperor's mount was frozen here? Its immortal corpse turned into a spirit corpse and actually became a tomb guard. Several big shots in the sky surrounded the monster and wanted to kill it. The legendary Ho's descendant is indeed extraordinary. It didn't follow the Demon Emperor for a long time, but it actually transformed into such an unbelievable realm. The Black Yong beast charged unhindered, showing no signs of defeat. Several times, it almost charged back into the cold pond. Rumble. The cold pond seemed to be boiling as corpses of demon generals continuously rushed out. They were controlled by the Ho and charged into the sky. Even if we kill this Ho, we still can't break the Tao patterns laid down by the Demon Emperor. We can't truly enter the Yin tomb. In the distance, Yi Fan was very surprised. There seemed to be many strange things under the Yin tomb. Now, so many monsters were rushing out. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, waves of sonorous sounds came from all directions of the ruins. At first, it was like the vibration of metal and stone. Soon after, it was like a tsunami, boundless and rumbling. Then, rays of divine radiance rushed out from all directions, and endless divine splendor submerged all directions. The Tao patterns, laid down by the 5 big shots, were forcefully broken by someone. This caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that another supreme expert had arrived, and it wasn't just one person. They shattered the Tao patterns, laid down by the 5 big shots, and disintegrated the imperfect heaven's power. Then, divine rainbows rushed in one after another. Countless cultivators rushed over, and there were several times more people than before. Meanwhile, the big shots who attacked in secret didn't show themselves, but it was obvious that they had already entered the ruins. Within the primordial ruins, with the cold pond at the center, bloody mists drifted about, becoming more and more demonic. Countless monsters rushed out, and more cultivators gathered. No one left, and even more sects rushed over. The restrictions in all directions were broken, and Yi Fan was overjoyed. He could finally leave. At this moment, his golden bitter sea contained green copper. It was both a great fortune and a boundless calamity. If someone found out, he would instantly fall from heaven to hell. He decided to leave this ruin immediately. Let's fight. Fight until the sky falls and the earth cracks. Ghosts cry and gods howl. It's none of my business. Yi Fan quickly went away. When he was about to walk out of the ruins, he looked back and said, "Walk your own path. Let others find the treasure." If the heartless Taoist knew the truth and heard his words, he would definitely vomit blood and skin him alive. Of course, if other cultivators knew the situation, they would be even worse. Chapter 71. Yi Fan believed that in the next few days, this place would not be peaceful. There would be many battles and more eastern wasteland sects would arrive. The entire ruins would be stirred up by the fiend monarch's tomb. Looking back, one could still see the bloody light soaring into the sky from the direction of the ruins. Whether the ancient wasteland tower is in the tomb or not, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan was already very satisfied. Right now, he needed to find a peaceful place to calm down and cultivate. The strange beasts and birds gathered at the edge of the ruins had already dispersed. When Yi Fan walked out, he did not see any ferocious beasts or birds. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high in the sky. Night had already fallen. When Yi Fan passed by the spirit ruin paradise, he did not hesitate and left with large strides. It was time to leave. Although he had left behind some broken Buddhist artifacts from the Great Lane Temple, he did not plan on going back to retrieve them. If he ran into Elder Han, it would be troublesome. The most important Bodhi seed was with him. Even if he temporarily lost those broken Buddhist artifacts, he did not feel it was a pity. After all, his life was more important. Yi Fan was very fast. He rushed out of this mountain range overnight. The danger zone behind him was getting further and further away. However, he did not truly relax. 3 days later, Yi Fan appeared 2,000 kilometers away. Along the way, he had been eating and sleeping in the open, moving cautiously and stealthily. He had almost never entered a city, always walking in the wilderness. Only now did he let out a sigh of relief, his heart gradually calming down. It was already late at night. The clouds covered the moon and stars. It was exceptionally dark. There were many lights in front of him. A small town was in sight. Yi Fan felt that he had reached a safe area and there was no need to run anymore. He walked forward with large strides. When he got closer, he discovered that this could only be considered a small town. At this moment, most of the people were already asleep. Only a few lights were still flickering. Yi Fan walked into the town and circled around. Finally, he found a small shop in a remote corner that was not closed yet. This was a very small restaurant. There were only 7 or 8 tables inside. The tables and chairs were clearly quite old. They were all polished and had a glossy luster. They looked antique and very clean. "Uncle, what food do you have? Quickly bring some over." The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like he had been through a lot. His clothes were patched up, and he didn't seem to live a good life. The old man was somewhat surprised to see an 11 or 12-year-old youth walking out alone at night. However, he still replied with a kind smile, "There is only half a roast chicken, half a plate of beef, and some steamed buns." "All right, bring it over." "Wait a moment, I'll heat it up for you." The restaurant was too small, and the old man's living conditions were not very good. He was the shopkeeper, the waiter, and the chef. Not long after, a fragrant roasted chicken and half a plate of braised beef were served. Yi Fan's saliva almost flowed out. Over the past year, he and Pang Bo had been vegetarians. There was almost no meat in the spirit ruin grotto heaven, so the simple food in front of him made his stomach growl. He quickly grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, bit the snow-white steamed bun, tore off a chicken drumstick, and started wolfing it down. At this moment, he felt that the most delicious food in the world was nothing more than this. All the delicacies of the land and sea were pushed aside and were far less satisfying than the few dishes in front of him. Don't rush. Eat slowly. Drink some soup to moisten your stomach. Don't choke. The old man brought over a bowl of hot soup and kindly reminded. "Thank you, uncle. Your culinary skills make my appetite growl in admiration," Yi Fan said with a lisp while stuffing food into his mouth. Judging from Yi Fan's attire, he didn't look like a child from a poor family. However, at this moment, he was wolfing down the food. The old man was somewhat surprised. He rolled up his patched sleeves and picked up a rag to wipe the already clean table and chairs. He smiled and shook his head. "You're too hungry. Now, no matter what you eat, it'll be very fragrant and sweet." "Grandpa, why haven't you closed yet?" At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl walked out from the house. Her clothes were patched up and she was dressed very simply. She had 2 braids and looked very cute. Her face was as red as an apple. "Go to sleep first. We'll close in a while." The little girl looked at the food on the table, her big eyes unable to move away. She quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously nodded her head, agreeing, "Oh." Not long after, Yi Fan had already finished all the food on the table. He stood up and said, "Okay, uncle, prepare to close." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. However, he felt a little awkward. He had forgotten that he didn't have any money, nor did he have any gold or silver items. He couldn't pay the bill. "Little brother, are you having a hard time with money?" The old man was experienced and immediately saw through his embarrassment. I really didn't bring any money. Ah, here comes another bad guy. The girl next to him widened her eyes and looked like she was about to cry. She stared at Yifan and said, "You guys are too bad. You eat for free all day and only know how to bully me and Grandpa. We can't even eat for ourselves." As she said that, she looked at the chicken bones on the table. Her eyes immediately turned red. Grandpa said that if there were no customers, he would leave a chicken leg for me. In the end, you're eating for free and are also here to bully us. The 5 or 6-year-old girl pouted, her long eyelashes trembled, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. Her rosy cheeks were covered in tears, and she used her patched sleeves to wipe her tears. It was obvious that their living conditions weren't very good. They were often bullied. "Little sister, don't cry." Yifan was really embarrassed and ashamed. This old and young pair didn't seem to have it easy. Their lives had already fallen into a predicament. "It's okay. Little brother, don't blame yourself. I can see that you're different from those hooligans. You're not someone who eats for free. You must have really forgotten to bring money." The wrinkled old man pulled the girl aside and said, "Don't cry. Grandpa left you a piece of chicken and half a steamed bun. I won't let you go hungry." "Grandpa." The girl immediately cried and said, "I'm not doing it for myself. It's because Grandpa hasn't had dinner either. We've been bullied by those bad guys all day. We don't have any savings left. What should we do every day like this?" When Yifan saw that the old man and the young man's clothes were all patched up, and when he heard these words, he felt his heart ache. His heart was deeply touched, and his nose felt a bit sour. The ordinary life of an ordinary person was full of bitterness and sweetness. This old and young pair's affection and helplessness touched him for a long time. "Little sister, don't cry. I'm not a bad person. Although I don't have money, I have some things here that should be enough to make up for this meal." Yifan took out a small jade bottle. It was a bottle of 100 herbs potion that he had exchanged for in the trial outside the ruins. "This is a good piece of jade. It's too expensive. I can't accept it." The old man shook his head and said, "Everyone has difficulties. Little brother, if you pass by this place in the future, just make up for it." Yifan sighed. The old man's life was so poor, but he still had such a strong character. He felt a trace of respect for him and said, "Please accept it. This is nothing to me. It's too expensive. I really can't accept it. Everyone has difficulties when they are outside. Little brother, you don't have to blame yourself." The old man's hands were full of calluses. He firmly pushed the jade bottle back. Yifan saw that the old man refused, so he could only take it back. "Since you don't want it, I'll stay and help you do some manual labor." At this moment, he had nowhere to go. He found that the old man was very simple and kind, so he decided to stay for the time being. He would concentrate on his cultivation and help the old man along the way. The 5 or 6-year-old girl lowered her head and looked at her toes. Her big eyes were red. She whispered, "We don't even have food to eat." Yifan squatted down and touched the little girl's head with pity. He said, "I won't be a burden to you." Chapter 72. The old man declined several times and didn't need Yifan to stay. He said that if he passed by this place in the future, he would just have to pay for this meal. "Old man, I have no home right now. I don't have anywhere to go. Please let me stay. I will be of help." "Big brother, you don't have a home?" The little girl was innocent and adorable. The tears on her face hadn't dried up yet. She looked up at him with a sympathetic expression. In the end, the old man allowed Yifan to stay. He cleaned up a room in the backyard and told him that he could leave at any time. At night, Yifan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He finally got up and quietly went to the roof. He laid there and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the clouds had already dispersed. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down moonlight like a thin mist. The sky was dotted with stars, shining like diamonds. The affection between the old man and the little girl inadvertently touched something hidden in the deepest part of his heart. The kind faces of his parents appeared in his heart from time to time. "How are you guys?" Yi Fan looked up at the starry sky as if he wanted to pass through the endless starry sky to reach the other end of the starry sky and return to his parents' side. Every time he thought of his parents, his heart couldn't calm down. Suddenly missing his aged parents must be very sad. For his parents, losing their only son in their old age was a kind of unbearable pain. Thinking of his parents' sadness, Yi Fan felt distraught. He wished he could immediately return to their side to calm their hearts and show a smile. However, they were separated by endless starry sky. The distance was so far. How could he go back? His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He could only stare blankly at the starry sky. Every time he thought of his parents' mood, Yi Fan would be very worried. Ever since he came to this world, he had always hidden his longing for them. He didn't dare to easily touch or recall them. Every time he was touched, he couldn't calm down. "No, I must think of a way to go back. I can't let my parents who raised me wash their faces with tears in their old age." Yi Fan suddenly sat up and said to himself, "There must be a way. I must go back." In the primordial ruins, he saw those cultivators flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth. He saw the matchless divine might of the 5 great characters. It made him feel the power of cultivators. Maybe one day, when he was strong enough, he would be able to cross the endless universe and return to his hometown, return to the side of his parents. After witnessing the terror of cultivators with his own eyes, Yi Fan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that the way home was not completely cut off. Perhaps there was still hope. "I want to become stronger. I want to rush out of this starry sky. I want to go home and never let my parents cry again. I want them to smile in their old age." Yi Fan's words became more and more resolute. He was building up his confidence. "I can definitely do it. I must do it. I want to return to their side." Sadness and worry were of no use. Yi Fan slowly adjusted his state of mind and gradually calmed down. Today, he was touched by the affection between the old man and the little girl, which made the last bit of confusion disappear completely. He found his goal and direction. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, crossing the star domain and arriving in this space, they can do it, and so can I. I want to become strong enough. Sooner or later, I will also be able to cross the void and return to my hometown. Yi Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had to become stronger. Whether it was to save Pang Bo or to return to his hometown, he needed powerful backing. Unknowingly, he felt a trace of sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep on the room. It was not until the next morning when the old man's voice came over that he opened his eyes. "Child, why did you go up to the room? Be careful, don't fall down." The little girl walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Seeing Yi Fan on the room, she immediately opened her eyes wide in shock and said, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Facing the puzzlement of the old man and the little girl, Yi Fan felt a little awkward and said, "It was too hot last night, so I came up to the room to cool down and accidentally fell asleep." After Yi Fan finished washing up, the old man called him to eat. There was a small bowl of white rice porridge and a plate of salted vegetables. It was very simple because their conditions were really limited. The little girl was very sensible and had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. Then, she ladled a bowl of white porridge for Yi Fan and a full bowl for her grandfather. However, when it was her turn, she only ladled a little. Originally, she used a small bowl, but it was so little that she finished in a few mouthfuls and put down the bowl and chopsticks. "Why did you eat so little?" the old man asked her. Although the little girl was wearing patched clothes, she was as beautiful as a delicate porcelain doll. She patted her little belly and said, "I'm full." "Nonsense, you only ate a few mouthfuls, how can you be full?" "I'm really full. Last night, I ate the chicken that Grandpa left for me and half a steamed bun, so I'm still not hungry." As the little girl spoke, she picked up her little bowl and prepared to wash it. The old man pulled her back, filled her little bowl with white porridge, and said, "Good girl, you are still growing, so you need to eat more. Don't worry, we still have rice at home." "I'm not worried, I'm really full, Grandpa, you have to eat more." The little girl poured a lot of white porridge from her little bowl into the big bowl of the old man. The old man couldn't stop her, so he didn't say anything and just sighed. "Grandpa, will those bad people come today?" The little girl's blushing face revealed a trace of fear, and her voice was very tender as she said, "They have already taken our restaurant, and now they come here every day to cause trouble. We can't do business at all, and now we can't even eat. Why won't they let us go?" "It's okay, you don't have to worry, as long as Grandpa is here, you won't be hungry." The old man touched her head, and then added some white porridge to the little girl's bowl. Yifan didn't say anything, and silently finished this simple breakfast, but his heart couldn't calm down. The old man's surname was Jiang, which was a very old surname, and if traced back, it would be very big, but the old man was very ordinary, just one of the many living beings, and now his life was very difficult. The sensible and beautiful little girl was called Tingting. Her parents passed away 2 years ago, leaving her and the old man to depend on each other. Yifan didn't say much, and after eating breakfast, he said to the old man, "Uncle, I'm going out for a walk. You are unfamiliar with this place, so be careful." The old man warned. This town couldn't be said to be big, but it couldn't be small either. There were more than 1,000 families, and close to 5,000 people. At the most prosperous crossroads, there were a few restaurants and inns, and most of the grocery stores were also concentrated there, and the other places were mostly residential areas. Yifan walked around the town, and then walked out of the town. Many fields were close to the town, and in the distance was a mountain forest, where hunters went hunting every day. Yifan walked into the mountain forest, and the deeper he went, the more surprised he was. Standing on a high mountain, he looked into the distance, and found that the mountains in the distance were undulating, the fog was hazy, and the primitive old forest seemed to have no end. Waves of roars came from the depths of the mountain forest, but Yifan didn't worry, and instead revealed a happy expression. This town could indeed let him cultivate in peace. Not only was it peaceful, but it was also close to the mountains, and there were definitely strange beasts and spirit herbs, which were all things he needed. Yifan walked around the mountain for less than half a day, but he didn't go too far. He had plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. When it was close to noon, he began to walk out, and along the way, he met some hunters and some herb gatherers. The life of ordinary people is really not easy. Yifan sighed. He found that a few hunters were carrying some game, and at the same time, a bloody corpse, and walking towards the town. It must have been killed by a large beast while hunting. In the distance, a few roe deer were drinking in the mountain stream, and Yifan silently went around them, and then threw a mountain rock in his hand, and with a bang, a roe deer was smashed into the stream. After that, he hunted another roe deer in the mountain forest, and only then did he walk back. On the way, some hunters saw an 11 or 12-year-old youth dragging a roe deer, and all of them revealed a surprised expression. Yifan didn't mind. He was going to live in this town for a long time, and these things were unavoidable. When it was close to noon, Yifan returned to the town, and sold the roe deer to a butcher, then went to buy some rice and noodles, and brought the roe deer to Uncle Zhang's small restaurant. From afar, he could see that there were many people surrounding the restaurant, and Ting Ting's helpless cries came through the crowd. Yifan's heart immediately thumped, and he quickly rushed over. The old man's white hair was scattered, and there were many bloodstains on his face. He sat on the ground powerlessly, and his patched clothes were stained with a lot of dust. Little Ting Ting cried sadly, and used her small sleeves to wipe the bloodstains on the old man's face. She cried at the people in front of her who were speaking viciously. "You are bad people, you robbed Grandpa's restaurant, and now we don't even have food to eat, and you still won't let us go." A middle-aged man with a yellow face squatted down, and forcefully poked little Ting Ting's forehead, causing her to fall to the ground, and said, "What do you know, little brat? If you have something to say, then come at me, don't treat a child like this." Uncle Jiang protected Ting Ting behind him, and wiped the bloodstains on his face. "What do you want?" "We don't want anything, we just came here to eat, and you actually said that there's no food? What do you open a restaurant for? If that's the case, then just directly close it. Bad people, you come every day to eat for free, where do we have the money to feed you? Little Ting Ting cried behind Uncle Jiang. There were many people in the crowd who couldn't stand it anymore, but they didn't dare to come forward, and could only persuade Uncle Jiang, Elder Jiang, just close this small restaurant, and leave with your granddaughter. That's right, there are cultivators in their family, how can we mortals afford to offend them? You two should quickly leave. Even though we have to leave our homes, it's still better to leave. What are you guys talking about? The middle-aged man with a yellow face stood up, and his gaze swept across the surrounding people. Those voices immediately became silent. Yi Fan's anger surged, but he didn't immediately make a move. There were cultivators in their family, and he was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would harm the grandfather and granddaughter instead. Of course, he definitely wouldn't let these people go. Not making a move now didn't mean that he wouldn't make a move later. At this time, the middle-aged man and a few others swaggered away. The surrounding people all came forward to persuade Uncle Jiang, and among them, little Ting Ting's heartbroken sobs could be heard. Only after a long time did the crowd gradually disperse. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red as she helped the old man up, and they walked towards the small restaurant. Seeing such a kind old man in his twilight years being bullied like this, and seeing little Ting Ting, who was covered in patches, crying so sadly, Yi Fan felt extremely angry. He looked in the direction where the people left and clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 73. It was already close to noon and the small restaurant was deserted. There were no customers at all and only little Ting Ting's sobbing could be heard. Yi Fan pushed open the door and walked in while dragging the deer and carrying the rice noodles. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red and she was using a hot towel to carefully wipe the old man's wound. Her heart ached and she cried while wiping. There were bruises on the old man's wrinkled face. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and even his white hair was stained with blood. How could these bastards have the heart to do this? Yi Fan felt a wave of pain in his heart. A kind-hearted old man with one foot in the grave suffered such a vicious attack. It was truly infuriating. Little Ting Ting was so cute and sensible. She was only 5 or 6 years old, but she was also poked on the forehead and fell to the ground. At this moment, her face was filled with sad tears. It was truly heart-wrenching and pitiful. Big brother. Seeing Yi Fan return, little Ting Ting's tears rolled down again and she began to cry loudly. Good Ting Ting, don't cry. Grandpa is fine. The old man hurriedly comforted Ting Ting and used his calloused hands to wipe away her tears. Then, he looked at Yi Fan in shock and said, This deer and the rice noodles. I caught the deer in the forest and the rice noodles were exchanged for with a deer. Yi Fan put down these things and took out a small jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper and poured out a bit of 100-grass liquid. Then, he smeared it on the old man's wound. You only ate a meal from us, you don't need to be like this. The old man was not good with words. He was very grateful but couldn't say anything. Uncle, you don't need to say anything. A meal is indeed nothing, but the thought and friendship is very important. Speaking to this point, Yi Fan squatted down and helped Ting Ting wipe away the tears on her face and said, Ting Ting, don't cry. I will stay here in the future and won't let you feel wronged. Big brother. Little Ting Ting's eyes turned red again. Her long eyelashes trembled and tears fell down. She looked down at her patched shoes and said in a small voice, But, those bad people will come again and bully us. Don't be afraid, Big brother won't let those bad guys bully Ting Ting anymore. Yi Fan patted her head in pity. Such a cute and sensible little girl was bullied and humiliated like this. It was really hard for him to calm down. Child, don't act recklessly. The old man, who was weather-beaten, could feel Yi Fan's anger. He was afraid that this young man would cause a disaster due to his impulsiveness and get himself involved, so he said, We can't afford to offend them. There are cultivators in the Li clan. They are not people that we mortals can afford to offend. The old man let out a long sigh and said, I'm already so old, and I really don't want to leave my hometown. After all, I've lived here for dozens of years, and the older one gets, the more nostalgic they become. I have an unforgettable feeling for this place. But now, I have no choice but to leave. For Tingting's sake, I've decided to give up everything here. Even if I have to beg for food and leave my hometown, I won't stay here any longer. Grandpa. 2 streams of tears appeared on Xiao Tingting's face. Good girl, Tingting, don't cry. Uncle, don't say things like leaving your hometown first. After comforting Xiao Tingting, Yi Fan said to the old man, don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. First, close this shop and I'll think of a plan. If I really can't think of anything, I'll leave with you. Yi Fan deeply knew that mortals have many unfortunate things. The most painful thing was losing one's son and leaving one's hometown. The old man had already lost his son, and now he was being forced to leave this small town. It was easy to imagine the pain in his heart. He really didn't want to see this pair of grandfather and granddaughter suffer misfortune. Tell me in detail, what kind of background does the Li clan have? Child, what are you going to do? We will pack our things and leave here tomorrow. We will never return. Right now, don't provoke them. I'm not an impulsive person, don't worry. In the end, under Yi Fan's constant questioning, the old man finally told him some things. The Li clan was one of the largest clans in this town. Apparently, 3 or 4 people in the clan were cultivating outside. Cultivators were very mysterious to ordinary people. They couldn't be seen normally, so the people in the town were very afraid of the Li clan. Yi Fan felt that the old man didn't say some things. For example, the Jiang clan used to be very well, they had a restaurant in the town, and why his son suddenly passed away. He didn't say any of these things. Tingting, warm the towel with hot water for Grandpa. After sending Tingting away, the old man said, little brother, I know you're not an ordinary child. You were able to catch a deer at such a young age, so you probably know some cultivation. But I still advise you not to provoke the Li clan. The old man continued. His son and daughter-in-law were actually also cultivators. A few years ago, they were highly regarded by a certain sect. Even the Li clan in the town was on good terms with them and didn't want to offend them. Mist Grotto. Yi Fan was very surprised. The sect the old man's son was in was actually one of the 6 grotto heavens in the Yen Kingdom. It was only 200 miles away from the town. A few people from the Li clan also cultivated in the Mist Grotto. One of them entered the sect at almost the same time as the old man's son, but his achievements were far behind. The Li clan's child had bad intentions and behaved improperly. He did an evil thing and my child was too upright, so he couldn't help but act. In the end, he made a great enemy. Tingting's father's talent was extraordinary. He was especially valued in the Mist Grotto, so he wasn't afraid of the Li clan disciple who entered the sect at the same time as him. But the weather was unpredictable, and people had good fortune and misfortune. 2 years ago, when Tingting's parents left the mountain to gather spirit herbs, they unfortunately died tragically under the claws of lightning birds. After Tingting's parents died, the Li clan no longer had any scruples. They first took away the old man's restaurant, and then took away his inn. They forced the poor grandfather and grandson to this state, but they still weren't willing to let them go. At this time, Xiao Tingting came back after washing the towel. She looked like a porcelain doll, but she said something that didn't match her age. Why is it that the good are always bullied in this world, while the bad live to 100 years old? Hearing her young words and seeing her wronged expression, Yi Fan and the old man looked at each other silently, not knowing how to comfort her. There are still many good people in this world. Tingting only sees one side, everything will be better in the future. Yi Fan didn't want her little heart to develop negative emotions too early. Yes, your big brother is a good person. By helping us like this, he and Tingting will both live long. The old man revealed a kind smile and said, today, I will stew the deer meat for Tingting to eat. The old man followed Yi Fan's suggestion and closed the small restaurant. At noon, the 3 of them ate a sumptuous meal. Tingting's little face was flushed and she finally smiled again. In the afternoon, Yi Fan wandered around the small town and found out the Li clan's properties, as well as the location of the old man's restaurant and inn. Then, he indirectly learned a lot from other people. He didn't want to act rashly, afraid that he would implicate the old man and little Tingting. It would be the saddest thing to harm others instead of helping them. There are many people from the Li clan cultivating in the Mist Grotto. Yi Fan didn't feel confident. After all, he had just started cultivating. And this wasn't the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that there was someone from the Li clan cultivating in a super immortal sect outside of Yen country. He seemed to have extraordinary achievements. The Li clan is really hard to deal with. It seems that I have to think of another way. This made Yi Fan even more determined to cultivate. He had to become stronger or else his hands and feet would be tied. Even if he wanted to help Uncle Jiang and the pitiful little Tingting, it would be difficult to do so. No matter what, I can't let those bastards who attacked today go. Yi Fan didn't rush into action. Impulsiveness would only ruin things. He calmly returned to the small restaurant and began to meditate after entering his room. After getting the golden page book and the mysterious green copper, he hadn't properly examined them. Now he decided to start with the golden page book first. He used the Tao scripture and began to look inside. The yellow bean-sized golden sea of bitterness was like a divine moon in the darkness. The simple and imposing green copper was in the center of the golden sea of bitterness. It was motionless, as steady as a rock, and silent. The golden page book was pushed to the edge of the sea of bitterness. Brilliant light flowed and flashed with bursts of divine brilliance. The densely packed small characters on it were like stars, radiating golden light, sacred and ethereal. The golden page book seemed to want to return to the center of the sea of bitterness. However, no matter how dazzling it was, it couldn't move the green copper at all. It could only drift at the edge of the sea of bitterness. Yi Fan's mind was completely immersed in the golden page book in the sea of bitterness. However, he encountered the same problem as last time. Every small character on the golden page book shot out golden needle-like rays of light. It made his mind hurt, and he couldn't see the characters clearly. How could this be? Is there no way to cultivate the mysterious method on this golden page book? Yi Fan frowned. This was like having a treasure mountain, but he couldn't take out any wealth. He couldn't even grab a copper coin in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to suddenly think of something and took out something from his pocket. A dark Bodhi seed appeared in his hand. It was as big as a walnut, and there were natural patterns on it. When they were connected together, they formed a pattern of a Buddha. The Buddha pattern was formed by nature. It was dark, simple, and natural. There was a faint Zen aura coming from it. The Bodhi tree can help people prove their Tao. Let me try with this Bodhi seed. It was because of this Bodhi seed that Yi Fan obtained a mysterious ancient scripture from the bronze coffin. At this moment, he couldn't read the mysterious method recorded in the golden page book, so he wanted to try with this magical Bodhi seed. The Bodhi tree had other names. It was the tree of wisdom, the tree of enlightenment, and the tree of thought. Legend had it that it could awaken one's divinity and enlighten oneself. The moment Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed, he began to use the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture. Suddenly, golden threads flowed out from the sea of bitterness and gathered towards the Bodhi seed. At this moment, he didn't know if it was an illusion or if the Bodhi seed was really working. He felt his mind was empty and very peaceful. He began to look into the sea of bitterness again and looked at the golden page book. It's really working. Yi Fan was amazed. The Bodhi seed made his mind empty and calm. He easily saw through the golden light and saw the ancient words on the golden paper. The golden needles that were piercing to the eyes seemed to soften and no longer hurt his eyes. I've opened a treasure trove. Even with the Bodhi seed in his hand, Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He was very excited. He opened the complete Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. The ancient characters transformed into divine splendor, continuously imprinting themselves onto his mind's stigma like stars shining brightly in the sky. Chapter 74. This golden page was mysterious and unfathomable. The densely packed characters on it were not read out, but turned into stars that rushed towards Yifan's mind. At this moment, Yifan felt auspicious lights descending from the sky, divine springs gushing out from the earth, lotus flowers blooming, and jade grass sprouting. Divine lights filled the sky, dragons and phoenixes danced, life tortoises breathed out auspicious chi, purple chi came from the east, golden light came from the west, 5-colored divine lights shone, and 7-colored divine rainbows crossed the sky. Many miraculous scenes, endless methods, appeared one after another. It was mysterious, like the heavenly music, like the hymn of the great Tao, rumbling in Yifan's mind. He was in a trance, as if he was intoxicated, like a desert that had been dry for a long time meeting dew. The endless yellow sand was gradually filled with vitality. Yifan felt as if many windows had suddenly opened, and all kinds of divine lights shot towards him. He tried his best to grasp something, but the light passed through the gaps between his fingers. It was very difficult to grasp. This was not cultivation, no one could understand such a profound truth in a short period of time. This was a kind of impact. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, silver light bursting out, majestic. What did this scroll say? It rushed into Yifan's mind in a very general way, allowing him to roughly understand what he had to cultivate, and what realm he had to reach. The Sea of Bitterness, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Permitha, these 4 realms perfectly explained the meaning of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. A cultivator first had to open up the Sea of Bitterness, gradually strengthening it. Only then could one explore the Wheel of Life, because the two overlapped together. Then, an endless amount of life essence was released, lingering above the Sea of Bitterness, overflowing to every part of the body, nourishing the flesh, organs, and bones, strengthening the flesh shell, and beginning to transcend mortals. This was the first realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll, the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness covered the Wheel of Life, one above the other, overlapping. Every year, a mark would be left on the Wheel of Life, until the Wheel of Life was full of scars and completely collapsed. At that time, a person's lifespan would be exhausted, and they would die. If he wanted to change this situation, then the only way was to open up a passageway in the Sea of Misery that led directly to the bottom of the sea and linked up with the Wheel of Life to allow an enormous amount of vitality essence to surge out and stop the corrosion of the Sea of Misery. Only then would he be able to extend his lifespan. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. The vigorous life essence surged and finally gathered together. It would turn into liquid form and form the divine spring of life, which would then rush into the Sea of Bitterness. Opening a life spring in the desolate Sea of Bitterness and connecting it to the Wheel of Life, allowing the divine spring to flow, this was the second realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, Life Spring. Only in this way would a cultivator have a source of power, and only then would they be able to execute various mystical techniques and divine abilities, possessing unfathomable might. This was the crucial step for a cultivator to transform. As long as the source of divine power was not exhausted, their magic power would be endless. In fact, the divine rainbow that cultivators controlled was the divine light that flowed out of their life springs. After reaching the life spring realm, one would be able to control a rainbow to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There were countless mystical techniques. The mysteries of the human body were endless, and powerful cultivators did not want to be trapped in the Sea of Bitterness. They wanted to explore other unknown secret realms of the human body, so there was the process of forcefully crossing the Sea of Bitterness. The mystical techniques recorded in the Tao scripture had an indomitable momentum. Even if the Sea of Bitterness was boundless, there was no need to look back. One needed to use one's own strength to break through the shackles. In order to achieve their goal, the cultivator needed to transform their flesh shell and form a segment of divine meridian in the Sea of Bitterness to help them break through the obstacles and reach the other end of the Sea of Bitterness. This was a difficult and long process. The cultivator would become stronger the more he suffered, and in the end, the Sea of Reincarnation would sublimate, forming the divine meridian of heaven and earth, and releasing the endless potential of the body. This was the third realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, Divine Bridge. At this stage of cultivation, the cultivators must be incomparably firm and could not be shaken. Only then could they see through the falsehood and fog and continue to search for their own shore. In this process, not only must the flesh shell transform, but the spirit must also sublimate. The spirit and the shell must become one, breaking through the shackles and transcending oneself. Only then could one return to their origin and find their roots. The divine bridge was like a rainbow, successfully crossing the sea of bitterness. This was the fourth realm of the sea of reincarnation scripture, opposite shore. Reaching the opposite shore, the cultivator's flesh and blood, organs and bones would all wither, and then there would be a different kind of rebirth, continuously being reborn 9 times, completing the transformation of a cocoon into a butterfly. The sea of bitterness, life spring, divine bridge, opposite shore, these 4 great realms were separated from each other, like heaven and earth. To break through was extremely difficult. Every great realm had many details that needed to be accumulated and settled. Only then would there be the possibility of transformation. So after reaching the second great realm, life spring, one can control a rainbow to travel. For such a person to kill a bitter sea stage cultivator, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Fan shuddered. He thought of Elder Han, whose cultivation was at least at the life spring stage. Between the 4 great realms, the difference in strength was huge, like the gap between heaven and earth. To classify Yi Fan as a bitter sea stage cultivator was really a bit forced, because the golden sea of bitterness that he had opened up was too small, it was only the size of a soybean. Yi Fan was not dispirited. After all, he had just started cultivating. The time was too short, to have such an achievement was really not easy. Moreover, his sea of bitterness was different from the others. It was bright and dazzling, without the slightest deathly aura. Every time it was opened, it would shake the heavens and earth, like a golden ocean surging. It must not be ordinary. Then, Yi Fan thought of Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu. Although his divine spring of life could not gush out, and had not reached the second great realm, life spring, but he could already control the greenwood treasure seal. Such a bitter sea cultivator, who had grasped a treasure, was enough to be a threat to him. Yi Fan received the impact of the general trend. It was like a dream. The Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture was like a magnificent historical picture scroll, unfolding in his heart, and then like a surging sacred river that split the heavens and earth, surging past, allowing him to understand the profound true meaning. There was no specific cultivation, but this grand baptism had benefited him a lot. This was a kind of grasp of the overall cultivation, allowing him to understand the direction, and know how to walk the road in the future. There are some differences from the Tao scripture that I practiced before. After Yi Fan grasped the general meaning, he began to carefully study it from the beginning, and suddenly found an abnormality. He found that the mysterious technique recorded in this golden page was different from the Tao scripture that he practiced in the Spirit Ruins Paradise. Just the opening few lines of ancient characters were somewhat different. It seems that after the sea of reincarnation of the Tao scripture was lost, although some fragments were passed down, but they were not accurate enough. Yi Fan secretly rejoiced. If he had not accidentally obtained this golden page, he most likely would never know the shortcomings of the Tao scripture that he had practiced before. Now I can still correct it, and make the mysterious technique perfect. Yi Fan did what he said, and immediately began to practice according to the mysterious technique recorded in the real Tao scripture. A mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that his heart was empty. After the mystical technique was corrected, the golden threads that flowed out from the sea of sufferings increased. They flowed towards his limbs and bones, making his entire body comfortable. His flesh, blood, organs, and bones were all being nourished. At this moment, he seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. At the same time, some strange changes took place in the sky above Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Divine splendor appeared, like stars at first, and then like chaos. Qi was breathed out and spread out, coming out of nothingness. Misty mist lingered, and divine rays shone. There were thousands of changes without a fixed pattern. The sky above the golden sea was ever-changing. One moment, the sky was full of stars, and the next moment, the sky was silent. Growth and decline, prosperity and destruction were repeated, constantly alternating with reincarnation. Is this the change that the real Tao scripture has? Yi Fan was very surprised. At this moment, he felt the vigorous vitality of the heaven and earth combining qi to give birth to all things, and he also understood the lifelessness of the universe and the withering starry sky. It was not until a long time later that everything calmed down, and the golden sea of bitterness became more condensed. In the past, it was as bright as the moon, but now it was as bright as the sun. The overflowing golden threads were even more blazing, and there was an extremely vigorous vitality. The real Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that he could go further and break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. However, he was not complacent, because he knew that there were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren territory that were comparable to the Tao scripture. They were all extremely profound, and they were all complete chapters that were not lost. Now, they were all in the hands of the Holy Lands and the families of the ancients. At present, the mysterious technique that I practice is not worse than anyone else, and my starting point is not lower than anyone else's. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he said, I will definitely be able to open up the sea of bitterness, let the divine spring gurgle, form the bridge between heaven and earth, reach the other side, and be reborn 9 times in a row, completing the metamorphosis of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Chapter 75. After dinner, Yi Fan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. For the whole night, he was immersed in a mysterious state. The golden sea of bitterness was spread out and out of nothingness. The stars were shining, the chaos was hazy, and it was ever-changing. It was not until the second day that he woke up from this state. He was not tired at all. The essence of life in the sea of bitterness was overflowing, making him feel refreshed. Big brother, it's time for breakfast. Little Ting Ting bounced over and called him to eat. Her little face was filled with a happy smile. Although the clothes on her body were not fitting and were tattered with many patches, it could not hide the unique brilliance of her bright childlike face. Yi Fan sighed. A child was a child. She had experienced such a tragedy yesterday and suffered so much grievance. She cried so sadly, but when she woke up, she was no longer sad and quickly forgot all the unhappiness. Is Ting Ting happy? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Yes. Ting Ting nodded seriously and said, now that there is food, Grandpa doesn't have to be reluctant to eat. He saved it for me. Of course, Ting Ting is happy. Yi Fan was startled. It turned out that some people's happiness was so simple. Being able to eat made Ting Ting so satisfied. Compared to those who tried their best to fight for fame and fortune, this standard was too low. Perhaps it was because of this simple happiness that such a pure beauty was born. Looking at her blushing little face full of smiles, Yi Fan was deeply infected. He dotingly touched her head and then pulled her out of the house. When it was close to noon, the middle-aged man from the Li family came again. Seeing that the small restaurant was closed, he kicked it a few times and cursed, "Open the door, Grandpa is here to eat." Inside the small restaurant, Ting Ting was very nervous. Her big eyes were full of fear. She tightly leaned against the old man's arms, afraid that those people would break in. Uncle Jiang gently patted her back and comforted her in a low voice. Yi Fan stood in the house and listened to those unpleasant curses. He gradually frowned and his eyes became colder. Fine, old man Jiang, if you don't do business, just wait to starve to death. You're already 70 or 80, let's see what you can do. The person outside cursed and smashed the 2 pots of flowers outside the door. Then, he used a dagger to carve on the door until it was beyond recognition. Only then did he swagger away. Grandpa. After a long time, Ting Ting timidly said, "Will those bad people come tomorrow?" "It's okay, Ting Ting, don't be afraid. Grandpa won't let them hurt you." The old man kept comforting her. Ting Ting whispered, "Those bad people do evil every day. Why no good people come to punish them?" Yi Fan felt that in this world, the words of a child were indeed the truest. There were many injustices, but not all of them could be cared about. "Ting Ting, don't worry. They won't come tomorrow." Yi Fan squatted down and smiled, "Come, let's go eat. I'll make you a good dish for lunch." Yi ting yi 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 fan school. Dawn, I said, ting 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 in. Big brother, you know how to cook. Ting ting ting's eyes were filled with disbelief. The little girl blinked her big eyes in disbelief. I don't believe it. Grandpa can cook anything. In the past, when we still had a restaurant, Grandpa cooked delicious food for me every day. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Have you tried it? Sweet and sour pork ribs, have you ever eaten it? Even the old man beside her was puzzled. As expected, Ting Ting showed a confused expression and said, how can sugar be put with pork ribs? Even the old man beside her was puzzled. In the end, Yi Fan could only be an armchair strategist. His culinary skills were terrible, but after the old man learned the method, he did it himself and finally brought the sweet and sour deer ribs to the table. Little Ting Ting had a great time eating this meal and was filled with a happy smile. Yi Fan liked this kind of harmonious and joyous atmosphere. It made him feel at home and vaguely gave him a sense of sustenance. After lunch, the old man let Ting Ting take a nap. He brewed a pot of coarse tea and brought it to the clean square table. He asked Yi Fan, child, are you going to do something? Don't be rash. Yi Fan smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. In fact, anyone can be a bad person, it's just a matter of whether they want to or not. What are you going to do? If I really think about it, it's not hard to harm people. I have 100 ways to take revenge on them. However, there's no need to do that. I can just use the simplest method. I'll make sure they can't take care of themselves and come looking for trouble. When I have time in the future, I'll take care of them. Yi Fan directly left the small town in the afternoon. He didn't want to scheme against the Li family. As long as those people cultivating outside didn't return, there was no need to do this. He had already figured out that the Li family had to go to the county to buy food and goods every month. They practically monopolized half of the business in the small town. Tomorrow was the day to go to the county for a big purchase. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was a steward of the Li family. Under normal circumstances, he was in charge of this matter. The county was about 70 to 80 li away from the small town. It was much more prosperous than the small town and had a population of tens of thousands. There were many shops on both sides of the street and the sound of hawking could be heard incessantly. This distance was not a problem at all for Yi Fan, whose physique far surpassed ordinary people. He easily arrived in less than 2 hours. After exchanging the game he caught in the forest for coins, he bought many sweets and snacks for Ting Ting. He then bought a few small clothes and shoes for her and finally bought the things he needed for tomorrow. He only returned when the sky was about to turn dark. The main reason he came out today was to examine the road between the small town and the county. He wanted to see where it was desolate and secluded. Yi Fan didn't return until the lights were turned on. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the old man's worried heart finally relaxed. Little Ting Ting, on the other hand, was very happy and excited. She held the beautiful clothes with a happy smile on her face. She opened the paper bags of sweets and snacks and stuffed the delicious things into the old man's and Yi Fan's mouths before eating happily herself. Ting Ting, why don't you go change? Yi Fan asked her. I'll wear it later. Ting Ting's current clothes can still be worn. She carefully wrapped up the new clothes. Looking at the old clothes that were mended and sewn over and over again, Yi Fan felt a bit sad. A child from a poor family made one's heart ache. She was so sensible at such a young age. Although it was an unintentional remark, it made it difficult for him to calm down. Don't worry, Ting Ting will have new clothes to wear every day in the future. Hurry and change. Yi Fan felt that if a cute girl like Ting Ting and a kind old man like Uncle Jiang were bullied again, it would be unforgivable. That night, Yi Fan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. He found that when he held the Bodhi seed in his hand, his heart would become especially clear and his understanding of the Tao scripture would become much deeper. As expected of the path understanding tree, the next afternoon, Yi Fan left the small town and walked through the forest. He quickly came to the road that led to the county. There was a section of the mountain road where he had to pass through a small canyon. Yifan quickly climbed up the cliff and changed into a set of black clothes. He covered his face and put on a pair of stilts to disguise himself as an adult. Then, he opened all the oil barrels that he had prepared yesterday and waited quietly for the Leaf family's people to come back. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that the sound of rolling came from the mountain road. There were more than a dozen large carts, all loaded with goods. From silk and cloth to daily necessities and food, there was everything that one could think of. Yifan stood up and threw the oil barrels down with all his might. Peng peng sounds continuously rang out. The dozen carts were all drenched in oil, and the people below immediately panicked. Oil, it's oil, someone wants to set the carts on fire. The Leaf family people shouted. Many people fled in panic, but some people were looking for the person who wanted to set the fire. At this time, someone finally noticed Yifan above the canyon. He was tall and wore black clothes. The torches in his hands were thrown down one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The raging fire immediately ignited, and the dozen carts were instantly turned into a sea of fire. It was impossible to extinguish it, and the flames soared to the sky. Who are you? You dare to set fire to the Leaf family's goods? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by cultivators? The yellow-faced middle-aged man shouted in panic. With so many goods destroyed, he could already imagine the terrifying consequences when he returned. Pung! Another barrel of oil was thrown down, and it almost hit his head. His clothes were splashed with a lot of oil, and then a flame fell down. The yellow-faced middle-aged man immediately screamed miserably, and as if his life depended on it, he rushed towards the distant mountain stream. Yifan swept his eyes over and hid his figure above the valley. Then, he quickly took off his stilts and took off his black clothes. Carrying these things, he flew away. That night, the entire Cool Breeze town was shaken. The Leaf family's losses were disastrous. More than a dozen carts of goods were completely burned, and nothing was left. There were also 7 or 8 people who were burned. It was difficult for the small town to calm down the entire night. The Leaf family seemed to have gone crazy, and they were practically going from house to house looking for clues. For them, this was simply stirring up trouble. The huge losses made the Leaf family furious. Only until late at night did the small town calm down. The Leaf family felt that the people of the town did not dare to do this. They did not have that kind of skill and courage. They guessed that it was a distant enemy. The Leaf family immediately became nervous, and they ordered people to send a message to the Misty Paradise that very night. That night, Yifan quietly left the small restaurant and went to the depths of the mountain. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. He did not know how deep into the mountain forest he went, but he finally found a stone cave. Yifan used a huge rock to seal himself inside, and then took out all the spirit medicines. The jade serpent orchid was as soft as mutton fat jade, and overflowed with a refreshing fragrance. The golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit was dazzling, and a brilliant light circulated. Yifan held the Bodhi seed in his hand, and calmed his mind to comprehend the Tao scripture. Only when he felt the sea of bitterness tremble, and felt that he could break through, did he eat the jade serpent orchid. An hour later, although the cave was blocked by a huge rock, it still emitted waves of sound. Beams of golden light rushed out like a tsunami, and the sound of the waves rumbled unceasingly. It was not until the latter half of the night that everything calmed down. Yifan looked inside and found that the golden sea of bitterness had more than doubled in size. He moved the huge rock away and rushed out of the cave. His body was light and healthy, and his strength and speed had increased a lot. He ran quickly in the mountain forest like a wisp of smoke. In the end, he returned to the cave and sealed the cave entrance with a huge rock again. Without hesitation, he swallowed the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, and then held the Bodhi seed in his hand to comprehend the Tao scripture. In the latter half of the night, there was a deafening sound in the cave. The huge rock blocking the cave entrance suddenly collapsed, and the stones shot out in all directions. It was like a volcanic eruption, and also like the 9 heavens Milky Way pouring down. The cave was filled with dazzling light, tsunamis shook the sky, and thunder was unceasing. Yi Fan's sea of bitterness turned into a golden ocean, and kept rolling high into the sky. This situation lasted for a full 2 hours, and then the terrifying sound slowly subsided. The divine light gradually faded, and Yi Fan rushed out quickly. The cave behind him let out a rumbling sound and quickly collapsed. The reason it hadn't collapsed before was because the golden light was supporting it. At this moment, it was close to dawn, and the mountain forest was not particularly dark. Yi Fan felt that his body was full of vitality, and there was an exuberant essence flowing in his body. The golden sea of bitterness had expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon's egg overnight. It had expanded several times. He was very surprised. All of this was caused by the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, which contained 10 times more life essence than the jade snake orchid. It was really a rare treasure. Yi Fan could not calm down. He found that his body was like a bottomless pit, and he did not have to worry about the medicinal effect being too strong. As long as he could provide enough life essence, he could continue to open up the sea of bitterness. Did the curse of the sacred body of the ancients not appear on me? Or is this the curse? Every step forward requires a huge amount of life essence. In this way, the path will become narrower and narrower, and it will be difficult to open up the sea of bitterness in the later stage. If ordinary people absorbed so much life essence, they would have already broken through the sea of bitterness, and their body would have already collapsed. If ordinary people absorbed all of this life essence in a long time, the sea of bitterness opened up should be bigger than mine. Yi Fan pondered. His cultivation was simply a kind of extravagant squandering. He said to himself, "Is it a waste? I don't think so." At this time, he found that his sea of bitterness was exceptionally condensed. Although it was only the size of a pigeon's egg, it contained a total of 19 divine patterns, and it was extremely exuberant. When the sea of bitterness of ordinary people was the size of a pigeon's egg, I'm afraid it would be difficult to condense divine patterns, but my golden sea of bitterness has done it long ago. Yi Fan did not feel that it was extravagant. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. His golden sea of bitterness was different. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fan gently flicked his 10 fingers, and suddenly more than a dozen divine patterns shot out. Like dazzling sword auras, they all pierced through the mountain rocks in front of him. If I open up a sea of bitterness of the same size, the divine power I have will be many times stronger than others. This made Yi Fan's thoughts fluctuate. But if I want to succeed in my cultivation with this kind of physique, I need a huge amount of life essence as a backing. After thinking about this problem, he could not help but frown. But it's not just limited to spiritual medicine. If I can find the source that Elder Wu Qingfeng mentioned, I should be able to break through in a treasured land with extremely dense spiritual qi. According to ancient records, in the era when the qi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, it was chaotic and hazy. The spiritual qi was very dense, and many spiritual objects could absorb the original qi of heaven and earth, forming amber-like crystals that contained a huge amount of life essence. The ones that were preserved until now were called source. To cultivators, they were extremely precious. Some of the best source could be said to be priceless. From the era when all things were born to the ancient times, the original qi of heaven and earth gradually thinned, and it was very difficult for spiritual objects to form source. However, in the last glorious era, all things flourished, living creatures were powerful, and there were many spiritual medicines. As a result, many rare God source was formed. People later discovered that there were living creatures sealed in amber-like crystals. After such God source was mined, it could provide endless qi of life. That really is an era that people yearn for. Chapter 76. At the beginning of the world, the universe gave birth to all living things. The era that countless cultivators yearned for was gone forever. Yi Fan could only sigh. His harvest this night was huge. The bitter sea expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon egg. Most importantly, there were 19 divine markings in the golden bitter sea. He already had extraordinary battle strength and became a cultivator of the bitter sea stage, removing the word barely. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yi Fan hunted 2 pheasants and a hare in the mountain forest, and picked some wild fruits before heading back to the small town. After returning to the small restaurant, the old man had just placed breakfast on the table. Little Ting Ting was perseveringly knocking on his door, urging him to get up. Yi Fan couldn't help smiling. Seeing him come back from outside, Little Ting Ting was very surprised, and Uncle Jiang was hesitant to speak. He had lived for so many years, and naturally guessed that the arson incident was related to Yi Fan. Today we have additional dishes for lunch: braised hare, green leaf chicken. Come, try these wild fruits first. Yi Fan handed a few bright red fruits to the little girl. Oh, there's delicious food again. Little Ting Ting was very happy. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan returned to his room and continued to study the Tao scripture. He felt that every time he reread the Tao scripture, he would have a different feeling. Hey! Yi Fan was surprised. He found that the opening lines of ancient characters on the Golden Book were slowly blurring, as though they would soon disappear. Fortunately, I have already remembered it, otherwise there would really be trouble. He did not understand why this situation would happen. Until noon, Yi Fan was awakened by a loud noise. Old bastard, don't talk nonsense, quickly prepare some food and wine, otherwise I will tear down your small restaurant. What bad luck, this fire is too terrible, that bastard deserves to be cut into pieces, he made us so miserable. Manager Lu, what should we do in the future? To be beaten out of the house by the Li family, it really doesn't sound good. You ask me, who do I ask? Let's take one step at a time. Old Jiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare a table of food and wine to calm us down. Otherwise, prepare to be a corpse. It was the yellow-faced middle-aged man and his subordinates. Right now, they were all wrapped in bandages. Some of them were burned by the fire yesterday, while others were beaten up and chased out by the Li family. Little Ting Ting stood in front of the table and said timidly, "Don't yell at my grandpa. Our family is not running a restaurant anymore. Go eat somewhere else." Bang! Steward Lu slapped the table heavily. He glared at him and threatened, "Old man Jiang, stop dawdling. If you don't prepare the meal, I will throw your granddaughter into the well. Little girl, go to the side. This has nothing to do with you." A fierce-looking guy with a bandage on his left hand pushed Ting Ting with his right hand, almost causing the little girl to tumble. Uncle Jiang hurriedly supported Ting Ting and blocked her behind him. He said to the others, "We really don't want to do business anymore. This shop really can't continue. You guys should go somewhere else. Did you forget yesterday's lesson? We are in a bad mood today, and you still dare to talk back?" Steward Lu sneered. His yellow face became even more sallow, looking somewhat gloomy. He abruptly stood up, grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar, and said coldly, "You old fart, you've really become more and more unyielding these 2 days. We're all in big trouble, but you still dare to talk back to us like this. If you anger us, we'll burn down your doghouse today and make you beg for food with this little bastard. Don't hit my grandpa." Little Ting Ting sobbed. She was only 5 years old, and she was too short to reach Steward Lu's arm. She could only hug one of his legs and begged, "I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he is already over 70 years old." Steward Lu's hand grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar tightly. Although he was burned, he wasn't someone an old man like Uncle Jiang could compare to. The old man's neck was a little bruised, and his wrinkled face was red from the suffocation. He started coughing violently. Little Ting Ting's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Steward Lu's leg and cried anxiously and pitifully, "I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he can't breathe." Sob sob, "My grandpa is already over 70 years old, don't pinch him, let go of him." Little Ting Ting shook Steward Lu's leg with all her might, but no matter how much strength she had, it was of no use. "Little girl, stay at the side." Steward Lu raised his leg forcefully, causing Little Ting Ting to tumble. He then raised his leg to kick her. When Yi Fan rushed into the small restaurant from the backyard, he happened to see this scene. He grabbed the teapot on the table and threw it, smashing it heavily onto the leg that Steward Lu had just raised. Then, he quickly rushed over and pulled Little Ting Ting up. Big brother. Little Ting Ting pouted and called out timidly. Her big eyes were red, and there were tear stains on her face. Her new clothes were covered in dust. Yi Fan's hair stood up in anger. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body. He immediately pushed Steward Lu's hand away and rescued Uncle Jiang. Then, he said angrily, "You have the heart to lay your hands on such a lonely old man. Are you still human? Where did this little bastard come from? How can you speak like that?" The people at the side couldn't take it anymore. They all stood up and stared at Yi Fan with hostility. Steward Lu's yellow face was incomparably gloomy. He looked down at Yi Fan from above and said, "Little bastard, you're still so young, yet you want to fight for justice like an adult. In a bit, I'll throw you into the gutter. Let's see if you still dare to shout like that." Uncle Jiang's neck was bruised, and his face was flushed red. He squatted on the ground and coughed for a long time before he recovered. Little Ting Ting was incomparably nervous. She sobbed while lightly patting the old man's back. She cried, "Grandpa, are you all right? Don't scare Ting Ting Ting. Ting 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 is very worried, Ting 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 is very scared." Seeing all of this, Yi Fan's anger burned even more. However, his eyes gradually became ice cold. He stared at Steward Lu and said, "You're already so old. Did you live all your years like a dog? Motherf asterisk cur, where did this bastard come from? He actually dares to speak to Steward Lu like that? Beat him to death." The yellow-faced middle-aged man hadn't even expressed his opinion when a fierce-looking fellow rushed over from the side and raised his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. Ah! However, this person himself let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. Because Yi Fan was the first to make a move and pinched his bandaged arm, everyone present didn't know how much strength Yi Fan had. They all thought that this fellow's heart-wrenching scream was because his wound was touched. Steward Lu being kicked out of the Li family was all within Yi Fan's expectations. However, he didn't expect him to be so domineering. Even after falling into such a state, he still came here to act like a tyrant. "Little bastard, your guts are really not small." Steward Lu sneered and stretched out his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. His movement wasn't fast. He wanted to humiliate Yi Fan. "Paw!" Yi Fan swung his palm and with a paw sound, Steward Lu was sent flying. He suddenly hit the square table behind him and a string of blood sprayed out from his mouth for 3 to 4 meters. He struggled to climb up and spat out 7 or 8 teeth. "Motherf asterisk cur, kill this bastard for me." Steward Lu was furious. His yellow face was almost distorted and his eyes were about to spit out fire. These people didn't realize that Yi Fan was different from ordinary people. With a hula sound, they all surrounded him. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He pinched their bandaged wounds one by one. Suddenly, miserable screams were heard. "Paw, paw, paw," then, more than a dozen slaps sounded in succession. Yi Fan raised his left and right hands respectively and fiercely slapped their mouths. "You bastards, you even have the heart to bully such a lonely old man and such a cute child. You really deserve to die." Yi Fan's strength was so great that if he didn't control his strength, he could directly split these people's heads. Even so, their molars flew everywhere. These people covered in bandages were slapped until their mouths and noses bled. Their teeth fell out and they rolled on the ground. "Ah, little rabbit is here, bastard, you dare to hit us? It hurts so much, my wounds." These people were slapped by Yi Fan until they rolled on the ground and screamed. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang. I forgot that this is a small store. I'll have to trouble you to clean up later. I'll throw them out now," Yi Fan said as he grabbed them one by one and threw them all out. Uncle Jiang's emotions fluctuated violently. It was as if the anger that he had been holding in for 2 years was suddenly released. His body was trembling. He used his hands to cover Tingting's eyes so that she wouldn't see any of this. He was afraid that it would scare the little girl. Tingting was extremely anxious and asked with a sobbing tone, "Grandpa, what's wrong with Big Brother? Are those bad guys bullying him?" "Tingting, don't worry. Your big brother is fine. Those bad guys were all beaten to the ground by him. Yi Fan threw these people onto the street, but he did not let them go. He kicked them until they rolled around like rubber balls. They cried and screamed as if they had been skinned. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Steward Liu was naturally the target that Yi Fan paid special attention to. His cheeks were swollen, and it was unknown how many times he had been slapped. Almost all of his teeth were knocked out. Help, murder, these people screamed and cried for help, attracting many onlookers. However, no one tried to stop them. Many people even wanted to go over and kick them a few times. When Yi Fan saw this, he loudly said, "Fellow villagers, what are you waiting for?" These people were the dogs of the Li family, and now that they have been kicked out of the Li family, there's nothing to worry about. Come and beat them up. Teach them a good lesson. These words exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. With a whoosh, everyone surrounded them. Men, women, old, and young were tearing and pulling at the people on the ground. I heard this morning that they were beaten up by the Li family because their goods were burned. Looks like it's true. No wonder this young man can beat them up. So they are covered in injuries. Otherwise, this young man would have suffered a great loss today. Beat them. Beat these bastards to death. The crowd was enraged. They rushed forward and beat the people on the ground. It wasn't hard to guess how unpopular these people were. Now that the crowd was enraged, all of their anger erupted. The people on the ground kept rolling. Their screams were no longer human. They cried and cried for their parents. They were beaten until they lost control of their bowels and urine. The stench was overwhelming. Yi Fan originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to break some of their bones and make them behave for a year and a half, but now he realized that he didn't need to do it. The men and women, old and young, who surrounded them, beat the drowning dogs. Several people's arms and legs were all broken. They would probably be crippled for the rest of their lives. One could imagine how much anger they had aroused. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Ah, help, someone's dead. Chapter 77. Steward Liu and the others were beaten so badly that they could barely breathe. They lay on the street like dead dogs. In the past, they had gone too far and had already aroused public anger. If it weren't for the advice of a few prudent old men, they would have been beaten to death. In the end, everyone threw them to their own doorsteps like dead dogs. This matter could be said to be very satisfying. At noon, the small restaurant was filled with laughter. Little Tingting's smile was exceptionally bright. She was no longer worried or afraid. Uncle Jiang also let out the anger in his heart, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted a lot. He made several dishes, such as rabbit meat in red, rabbit meatballs in clear soup, sweet and sour rabbit ribs, green leaf roll chicken, spicy diced chicken, and some vegetables and wild fruits. This meal lasted for a long time. From time to time, it was mixed with laughter. This harmonious atmosphere gave Yi Fan the illusion that he had returned home. After lunch, Yi Fan directly went deep into the mountains. He began to try to control the divine glyphs, because it was very crucial and important for his later cultivation. Every divine glyphs was like a divine iron chain, lingering above the golden sea of bitterness. This was the primitive form formed by the condensation of life essence. Cultivators could sacrifice the divine glyphs into various shapes, such as flying knives, daggers, and so on. They could be released from the body to kill the enemy, which was more effective than the divine glyphs. Some people would spend a lot of time and effort to sacrifice the primitive, divine glyphs into flying swords, small shields, divine halberds, and so on. This way, it would be easier to control, and its power would be much greater when facing the enemy. There were also some people who were not afraid of complexity and mystery. They repeatedly tempered the divine glyphs into cauldrons, bells, or towers, and so on, which could exert all kinds of mysterious power. Legend has it that the tools, refined by a few cultivators using the divine glyphs, might undergo unexpected changes in the later stages. The path of Tao interweaved inside the tool, which had unfathomable power. Of course, the probability of this was very low. Only those extremely talented and powerful cultivators might have such a chance. Based on past experience, the more complicated and profound the artifact, refined from the primitive, divine pattern, the more powerful it was. Relatively speaking, the cauldron, bell, or tower had a higher chance of interweaving the path of the Tao within it. Of course, the more complicated a tool was, the more difficult it was to take shape. Even after spending an endless amount of time and energy, they might not even be able to forge a silhouette, wasting their time. Moreover, even if he was lucky and succeeded, it would be difficult for him to reap the rewards after cultivating bitterly to the later stages. After all, the chances of the trajectory of the Tao appearing was too tiny, and it was only a legend to most cultivators, and it only belonged to a few extraordinary figures. It was very important for a cultivator to refine a primitive, divine rune into a tool. Everyone treated it seriously because it was the foundation of their object manipulation in the future. For example, Han Feiyu controlled the green wood treasure seal, Elder Han controlled the 12 green wooden swords, and the heartless Taoist controlled many kinds of spiritual weapons. The premise was that they had already refined the primitive, divine rune into a tool, and used that tool to control all kinds of weapons. The vast majority of people, after refining the divine rune into a tool, would choose a spirit treasure of the same shape. Only when the two were the same, could they display the greatest power. Of course, because the shape was different, it was not that they could not control other weapons, but it was more or less at a lower level. There were also some cultivators that constantly condensed divine rune, repeatedly refining their tool, and did not need to control other physical weapons. The tool that was forged was their spirit treasure. According to the records of the Sea of Reincarnation of the Tao scripture, the Bitter Sea, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Prometheus stages, each stage could refine a tool. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the Bitter Sea stage, and now he was going to refine his first tool. He was seriously considering what to choose, because this was a matter of great importance. Once the tool was formed, it would be very difficult to change it. Moreover, the first tool was the foundation of his future, and was much more useful than the tools that were forged in other stages. Since he had chosen the path of cultivation, everything had to be considered in the long term. Yi Fan first eliminated flying swords, shields, spears, and other ordinary weapons. Even though he knew that the hope was slim, but he still hoped that his tool would be able to interweave the path of the Tao in the future. Therefore, he decided to choose from those complicated and mysterious tools. Just what should I choose? Yi Fan seriously and carefully considered for a long time, and finally his eyes lit up. Finally, he made a clear choice. He decided to refine his divine rune into a cauldron. This was not an impulsive decision, but a decision that Yi Fan had made after careful consideration. It was not only because he liked the cauldron, but more importantly, the cauldron was the most mysterious object in ancient China. The cauldron ran through the entire ancient history of China. The collapse of mountains and rivers, the change of dynasties, the rise of feudal vassals, the unification of the 9 regions, were all inseparable from the cauldron. It was the divine tool of the 9 regions, the sacred object of the country. Seeking the throne of the Central Plains, the golden age of the spring and autumn period, there were countless idioms that were related to the cauldron. The cauldron had a long history in ancient China, and was the most mysterious tool of the state. It could even be said that the cauldron could represent ancient China. It was difficult to say just how long the history of China was. There were some things that were not recorded and passed down. Yi Fan thought of many things, so he chose the cauldron. In the pre-Qin period, there were many saint emperors and ancient emperors who had worshipped on Mount Tai, including Fuxi, Shennong, the Yellow Emperor and other 72 ancient emperors. Now, in Yi Fan's view, there were too many mysteries. Deducing from his own experience, it was not difficult to find that ancient China was shrouded in endless fog. There seemed to be an extremely mysterious period in ancient China. That period of time was buried in the vast river of history. From various clues, some things could be detected. The ancient people seemed to have mastered extraordinary power. The cauldron, as the most mysterious object passed down from that period, was naturally valued by Yi Fan. It was the most important sacred object that ran through the history of ancient China, so he naturally chose it as the important tool. As for this choice, Yi Fan was full of confidence. This was the crystallization of ancient China, and as his first tool and foundation, it was the most suitable. There were many forms of the cauldron. The most famous ones were the three-legged cauldron and the four-legged square cauldron. Which one should he choose? Yi Fan thought carefully again. The three-legged cauldron appeared even earlier. He gradually made a decision in his heart. In addition to the earlier reason, there were other reasons. From his current identity as a cultivator, he felt that the three-legged cauldron contained some inexplicable principles. The three-legged cauldron was more stable than the four-legged cauldron. It was the most stable form, and the Tao and meaning of the round cauldron were broader and deeper. The three-legged cauldron was stable, firm, stable, and solid. The circle represented the heaven and earth, the universe, and the stars. According to legend, when Pangu split the heaven and earth, he broke a circle and shattered a spherical space. This was the initial evolution process of chaos, and the circle represented the origin. That's right, I'll choose the three-legged cauldron. After serious consideration, Yi Fan made this important decision. It was not easy to forge the primitive, divine glyph into a tool. This was a long and arduous process that could not be accomplished in one go. First, he had to determine the form of the tool and firmly imprint it in his mind. In the future, he would use it as a reference to forge the tool. There could not be a single flaw. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan immersed himself in an ethereal state. He engraved a diagram in his mind and simulated the 19 divine glyph with his divine sense. Then, he began to forge them in his mind. After relentless effort, the 19 divine glyph finally melted and condensed into a small golden cauldron the size of a bean. It shone brilliantly and was very perfect. However, Yi Fan was not satisfied. He felt that something was missing. The form was perfect, but it lacked the Tao. Yes, it's still missing the handles. Yi Fan began to forge again. The small golden cauldron slowly formed a pair of handles. The moment this small golden cauldron was formed in his mind, Yi Fan immediately felt a natural Tao. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but mutter to himself, a cauldron, 2 handles, 3 legs. Yes, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All things bear the yin and embrace the yang, and the qi is harmonious. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more satisfied he was. The small golden cauldron became more and more mysterious in his eyes. In the end, it occupied his mind, becoming simple and natural. Yes, that's it. After Yi Fan finished forging, the three-legged cauldron was forever engraved in his mind. From now on, he would begin to forge such a real cauldron in the sea of bitterness. The most mysterious tool that ran through the entire history of China. Yi Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. Chapter 78. Yi Fan had already engraved the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his heart, but it was extremely difficult to refine the divine patterns in the sea of bitterness. Just condensing the 19 divine patterns together took a long time. In the end, he slowly melted the 19 divine patterns into a ball the size of a bean, but it was difficult to cast and could not take shape. No matter how he looked at it, it had nothing to do with the cauldron. Yi Fan tried many times, but he could not even carve some patterns on it, let alone forge it into the shape of a cauldron. Sacrificing a cauldron was indeed difficult. However, he was not anxious. After all, this was just the beginning, and there would be time to polish it in the future. This would be a long and difficult process, not only for him, but for others. The sky darkened. Yi Fan hunted a badger and walked back. Returning to the small restaurant, he had just sat down when the old man laid out a table full of food and wine. The fragrance was alluring. Little Ting Ting had changed into a new set of clothes. Her rosy little face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing 2 cute little dimples. The little girl's definition of happiness was very low. As long as she could eat and not be bullied, she would be very satisfied. Moreover, she had new clothes to wear now. Today, the Li family is on high alert. They have gathered many strong men, as if they are guarding against something, Uncle Jiang said at the dining table. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. The Li family has an enemy who lives dozens of miles away. There are also people in the family who are cultivating outside. They are both strong local families, and the two families have never been on good terms. The Li family suspects that the other party set fire to more than 10 carts of goods. Today, they sent people to investigate, but in the end, a steward was detained. The rest were beaten half to death and rushed back. Yi Fan immediately chuckled and said, I originally wanted to torment them, but now it's even easier. This time, I guarantee that they will not be able to take care of themselves and will no longer have the mind to suspect others. Let the two families in the same village suspect each other. After asking about the situation in detail, Yi Fan quietly snuck out of the small town at night and went straight to a villa dozens of miles away. He snuck in without a sound. Although there were people in the family who were cultivating outside, there was no such person in the family at the moment. To Yi Fan, it was as if he didn't exist. After more than an hour, he found a person tied up tightly in a woodshed. Is that Steward Zhang? The voice of the person in the woodshed was shrill, similar to what Uncle Jiang had described. He immediately replied, It's me. Who are you? Steward Zhang, I'm here to save you. Yi Fan walked over and broke the rope on his body, saying, Your family's young master went down the mountain from the misty paradise. This time, he is going to completely destroy the Wang family. What? Steward Zhang seemed to be very surprised and said, Who are you? Yi Fan's voice immediately turned cold as he said, Calm down. Your family's young master has invited a few martial brothers, and I am one of them. Greetings, great immortal old master. Even though Steward Zhang could tell that the other party was young, after learning that the other party was a cultivator, he immediately kowtowed like a bug. No need to kowtow. Right now, I have something to tell you. Listen carefully. Great immortal old master, please speak. There are a few barrels of oil here. Go outside and set them on fire. When the fire is lit, shout loudly that your family's young master is going to destroy the entire Wang family. Ah, if that's the case, will I be caught and killed by them? At this moment, how could Steward Zhang think of anything else? All he was thinking about was whether or not he could preserve his own life. Don't worry, we are responsible for your safety. The few of us want to slowly torture them and let the Wang family die in fear. Okay, I'll go set the fire now. When the time comes, I'll charge together with great immortal old master. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, You've done a great service. Being praised like this by an immortal in his eyes, Steward Zhang's blood immediately boiled. His hatred for bullying his neighbors was completely unleashed. He picked up a few barrels of oil and rushed out with large strides. Yi Fan picked up the broken rope on the ground, then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Not long later, the mountain villa was ablaze. 4 to 5 places were set on fire at the same time. Just at this moment, Steward Zhang's shrill voice rang out. It was especially ear-piercing in the middle of the night. He said, Wang family's son of AB*TCH, I've set your nest on fire. Just you wait, my family's young master will destroy your entire family. The Wang family was instantly in chaos. There were the cries of women and the curses of men. Very quickly, there were people holding shining blades and rushing towards Steward Zhang. At this moment, Steward Zhang was extremely excited. With a celestial supporting him, he had no fear and lit 4 to 5 more fires. When the Wang family people saw this, their eyes turned red. They roared in anger and rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed. Under the illumination of the fire, the snow-white blades were especially eye-catching. Only at this moment did Steward Zhang feel fear. This was because the celestial did not appear by his side. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. He let out a scream of fear and had just turned around to take a step when his neck was directly cut. Blood gushed out and he died with his eyes wide open. Seeing that Steward Zhang had been killed, Yi Fan quietly retreated from the darkness. However, he did not leave. He took advantage of the chaos to light more than 10 fires. The raging flames burned fiercely, dyeing half the sky red. Only at this time did Yi Fan fly away, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the news reached Fresh Breeze Town, the Li family was immediately shaken. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was burned down. What, Zhang Shun did it? Bastard, Zhang Shun, I will kill your entire family. Everyone in the Li family panicked. Like ants on a hot pan, they gathered all the able-bodied men and prepared to deal with the Wang family's revenge. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was turned to ashes. They were extremely furious and burned down all the Li family's shops in the county. As for the gold and silver, they took all of it and gathered the servants to attack Fresh Breeze Town. On this day, outside of Fresh Breeze Town, the two families had an intense bloody conflict. Both sides suffered many casualties. There was nothing to explain now, so they could only resolve it with blades and blood. Only until dusk did both sides retreat. It was obvious that the matter would not end like this. In the next few days, there would definitely be more bloody conflicts. That very night, the Wang family's people came again. They rushed into Fresh Breeze Town and went straight to the Li family to set fire. If they had not been prepared, the Li family might have been completely turned to ashes. Even so, many rooms were burned down, and there was no peace for the whole night. The residents of Fresh Breeze Town all clapped their hands in joy. The Li family usually acted like a tyrant in the village and had long since provoked the resentment of the people. It was just that no one dared to stand out. Now that something like this had happened, it was exactly what they dared to think but did not dare to do. Uncle Jiang saw all of this with his own eyes and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, these two families are not good people. It's just a dog biting a dog." The old man nodded and said, "Child, try not to do this in the future." He was a little worried about Yi Fan. He felt that a 12-year-old boy could cause such a big storm with just a few casual tricks. He was afraid that in the future, Yi Fan's thoughts would deepen and he would go down the wrong path. Yi Fan immediately chuckled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I have never had the intention to harm anyone. I only do this to people like them. The Li family's people who are cultivating outside are probably coming back." The old man revealed a sad expression as he thought of his own son. "I think so too. With such a thing happening to the Li family, they must have gone to the Mist Paradise to send a message. Even if such a thing didn't happen, the Li family's people should have come back. Why?" Yi Fan was a little confused. The Li family usually spends a lot of money, mainly to collect spirit medicines and send them to the few people of their family who are cultivating outside. A while ago, they seem to have collected some kind of origin. It is said that it was discovered by a herb gatherer in an ancient cave deep in the mountains. It seems to have great benefits for cultivators. Yi Fan's heart shook at that time. According to ancient records, during the era when the chi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants were flourishing, living beings were powerful, and there were endless spirit medicines. Many origins were produced, sparkling like amber, and there was a large amount of life essence sealed inside. There were even some rare, divine origins that had tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed inside. After such origins were extracted, they could provide a large amount of life essence. Discovering an origin in an ancient cave deep in the mountains, the Li family really gave me a big gift. Yi Fan revealed a bright smile. Chapter 79. Where did the herb gatherer who first discovered the origin in the ancient cave go? Yi Fan asked. There were records in the ancient books that under normal circumstances, a origin could be excavated from several pieces of origin or even more. If they found that ancient cave, perhaps there would be other discoveries. Uncle Jiang sighed. After he returned to the town, he sold that piece of origin to the Li family. In less than a day, he disappeared. Many people speculated that the Li family was not willing to pay the bill, and had secretly done something evil. Yi Fan instantly understood that the Li family must have killed him. Origin was extremely important to cultivators. They would not allow this person to speak nonsense. It seems a little troublesome. Big brother, what trouble do you have? Tingting will help you. Little Tingting tilted her head, blinking her big bright eyes, and said innocently. Yi Fan smiled, scratching her delicate little nose. Tingting is so good. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan walked out of the small restaurant, circling around the Li family from afar. The inside was in ruins, and there were at least 30 houses that had been burnt down. At this time, there were waves of beast roars coming from outside the small town. Not long after, a cloud of dust rose, and a tall mount rushed into the small town. It was shaped like a horse, but was covered with green scales. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the gate of the Li family. Dragon scale horse. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew of this strange beast. Its body was covered with green scales, and its shape was like a horse. It had extraordinary strength, and when it ran, it was many times faster than ordinary horses. It could travel 4,000 or 5,000 miles in a day without a problem. It did not know fatigue, and did not need to stop in the middle. It was very difficult for ordinary people to possess such a strange beast. Even bitter sea stage cultivators would find it difficult to subdue it. The strength of the dragon scale horse was extraordinary, and normally only life spring stage cultivators could subdue it and bestow it to their juniors who could not yet ride on the rainbow. The dragon scale horse's green scales flickered, and it shook its head and tail, neighing towards the sky. It was a divine steed. On the saddle sat a young man of about 25 or 26 years of age. His face was pale, his lips very thin, and his eyes somewhat cold. The Li family was immediately alarmed. The door was opened, and someone shouted and ran inside to deliver a message. Young master is back. Yi Fan relaxed. He felt that the cultivator of the Li family was most likely a bitter sea stage cultivator, otherwise he would have directly flown back on a divine rainbow. This source is mine. Now was not the time to act. Not long after, Yi Fan entered the deep mountains. This time, he looked into the golden book in the sea of bitterness and found that the words at the beginning were even more blurred, as if they were really going to disappear completely. Why is it like this? Yi Fan kept thinking about this question and said to himself, fortunately, I have completely comprehended the parts that disappeared. After that, he continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. Every time, he would have a different feeling. After a long time, he stopped and began to refine the cauldron above the sea of misery. The 19 divine markings were smelted together, like a lump of divine iron, shining brightly. No matter how many times Yi Fan refined it, it was difficult to turn it into a cauldron. During this period, Yi Fan once tried to forge a flying sword. Although he did not succeed, he roughly had the shape of a sword embryo. If he continued to slowly refine it, sooner or later he would succeed. Why is it so difficult to refine a cauldron? Yi Fan smelted the golden sword embryo and began to cast the cauldron again. But he tried again, and failed again and again. He could only hammer it into a lump, unable to shape it, and even the rough embryo was difficult to form. If this goes on, when will I be able to cast a cauldron full of Tao charm? If I waste time in vain, it would really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The process of refining the cauldron not only needed to mobilize life essence, but also a high degree of concentration of divine sense. In the end, Yi Fan was exhausted and had to stop. Above the sea of misery, the bean-sized lump of divine iron was shining brightly. It was difficult to take shape after hundreds of refinements. Such a piece of divine iron can already be regarded as a half-useless tool. I don't know if it can control a weapon like the Greenwood treasure seal. Yi Fan was very regretful. He did not have any treasures, and he did not know if he could control things now. Otherwise, he really wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he saw the golden book that was squeezed by the green copper at the edge of the sea of misery. His heart suddenly moved, and he said, let's try controlling it. The bean-sized, divine iron lump quickly sank into the sea of misery, and instantly melted into the golden book. With a thought from Yifan, a blazing golden light rushed out of his body, like a flash of lightning across the sky. The dazzling light rushed past, and several ancient trees and 2 boulders could not stop it. Yifan walked forward, and with a light push, a towering ancient tree immediately fell down. The cut was extremely smooth, and when the golden light streaked past, the giant tree didn't move at all, but it had already been cut in half. Yifan was really shocked, and several ancient trees were like this. As for the 2 boulders, with a push of his hand, they were instantly split in half, and had already been cut cleanly. The golden book flew more than a dozen meters away, like a golden sun in the sky. With a thought from Yifan, the golden light flashed, and instantly flew back, returning to his sea of misery. How sharp! Yifan was very surprised. He had only wanted to give it a try, and did not expect that he would really use the golden book, and its sharpness was unparalleled. This golden paper not only records the Tao scripture, but can it also be used as a weapon? With this idea, he began to try again. The golden light was like a rainbow, and it constantly cut through the void like lightning. Yifan found that he could only use the golden book more than a dozen meters away. Beyond this range, it was difficult for him to control it. The Tao scripture is one of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. This golden page must be extraordinary. I also have a weapon, and its power must be incomparably sharp when facing the enemy. Yifan gradually became more confident. If even a page is like this, then the green copper must be even more terrifying. It should be a real weapon, and I wonder how powerful it is. Thinking of this, Yifan could not calm down. He looked inside the sea of misery, and wanted to control the green copper. However, in the center of the golden sea of misery, the green copper was silent, and it was fixed there like a boulder. I feel like I'm pushing a giant mountain. Yifan was sweating profusely, and he was exhausted. He could not move the green copper at all. The center of the sea of misery was shrouded in a simple and ancient aura, and there was a majestic pressure. No wonder that a Tao scripture was forced to the edge. This piece of green copper is too mysterious and extraordinary. It's like facing a boundless ocean and an ancient sky full of stars. It's vast and boundless, and its pressure is like the sky. The green copper was definitely not complete. It was very much like a broken piece of some kind of artifact. If the fragment was like this, one could imagine how terrifying a complete artifact would be. It's difficult to estimate. It's impossible to estimate. Yifan's heart was filled with shock. The more he thought about it, the more frightened and surprised he felt. He muttered to himself, "What does a complete body look like?" At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Tao pattern on the green copper, and those patterns had an indescribable Tao rhythm. I can't move the green copper, so I'll copy its Tao pattern first. There were no Tao patterns on the surface of the mysterious green copper, but there were dense Tao patterns on the fracture. They were complicated, profound, and unfathomable. It was impossible for people to understand, but there was a kind of natural Tao, and the feeling of the chaos of heaven and earth, which made people deeply moved at a glance. Yifan had not yet reached the level where he could study Tao patterns in detail. What he wanted to do was to repeatedly smelt the lump of godly iron that could not be cast into a cauldron on the fracture of the green copper, and copy all the mysterious Tao patterns. These dense and mysterious Tao patterns must have a great origin. It's very likely that they are the legendary natural patterns that are unique. After resting for a moment, Yifan began to smelt the lump of godly iron. He melted it, attached it to the green copper, and constantly hammered it. It was like a mortal forging iron. He hammered it over and over again, and there were many densely packed patterns on it. He constantly refined and copied it until he developed a feeling that this lump of godly iron seemed to gradually have an indescribable charm. However, when he carefully sensed it, he found that it was still as ordinary as before. There were no changes, and the so-called Tao rhythm did not exist. Is it a misconception? Yifan muttered to himself. In the following period of time, he constantly melted the lump of godly iron and repeatedly refined it. He copied the Tao patterns on the green copper inside and out. It could be said that he had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times. It seems to be much more condensed than before. Whether it's a misconception or not, copying the Tao patterns on the green copper is definitely only good and not bad. Finally, Yi Fan began to cast the cauldron again. He wanted to see if the lump of godly iron had really changed after copying the Tao patterns. Above his sea of bitterness, the lump of godly iron constantly changed shape. The edges and corners gradually became rounder, and the luster was much more restrained. It had a more solid feeling. In the end, although he did not even manage to refine the rough embryo, Yi Fan still felt very excited. He sensed an abnormality. In the process of refining the lump of godly iron, he found a mysterious feeling. The Tao patterns on the green copper are indeed mysterious. In the future, I will have to repeatedly smelt and copy it every day. Successfully casting the cauldron is only a matter of time. Chapter 80. At noon, Yi Fan returned to the restaurant. He really liked the atmosphere when he ate with Uncle Jiang and Little Ting Ting. After the meal, Little Ting Ting obediently went to wash the dishes. Yi Fan felt rather ashamed when he saw this. He didn't seem to have helped her do anything. Let me do it. You're still young and don't need to do these things. Go take a nap. You're so tall. No need for Big Brother to do it. I know how to wash the dishes. They're very clean. The little girl pushed Yi Fan to the side. Uncle Jiang's face was full of smiles. He tidied up the dishes and looked at his granddaughter dotingly. A sudden voice interrupted the warm atmosphere. I haven't seen you for 2 years. This little girl has grown up and knows how to do some things. A young man in his mid-20s walked in with a faint smile. He glanced at Uncle Jiang and Yi Fan in disdain before staring at Little Ting Ting. Uncle, who are you? Do you know me? Little Ting Ting had a sweet mouth. Even though she sensed some hostility, she still obediently called him uncle. Of course I know you. I've known you since your parents were still alive. The young man had a fair complexion and thin lips, giving off a sinister feeling. He didn't hide anything and directly mentioned that Little Ting Ting's parents were already dead. The little girl's eyes immediately turned red. She could still vaguely remember what her parents looked like. In the past, they would often wake up crying in their dreams. Later on, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other. As time passed, she finally stopped crying in her dreams. At this moment, she couldn't help but cry when someone mentioned her parents again. She turned around and slowly washed the blue and white porcelain bowls. Her shoulders constantly twitched. Seeing Little Ting Ting's sadness, Uncle Jiang's expression changed. Seventh young master of the Li clan, do you need something? The young man pulled a chair and sat down. Nothing much. I'm just a nostalgic person, so I came to see how you two are doing. Uncle Jiang's expression was indiscernible as he replied, thanks to seventh young master's blessings, we are barely able to survive. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He had already recognized this person. It was the young man on the dragon-scaled horse this morning. Why do I feel a wave of resentment? Old Jiang, are you jealous of me? The young man looked down with a cold smile. This person had entered the hazy mist grotto heaven at the same time as Little Ting Ting's father. Due to his limited aptitude, he was left far behind by Ting Ting's father. Moreover, he had done evil deeds and was taught a harsh lesson by Ting Ting's father. As a result, he was filled with jealousy and hatred. After Ting Ting's parents passed away, he was the one who ordered the Li family to seize Uncle Jiang's restaurant and inn, forcing the grandmother and granddaughter to the brink of death. How could I dare to hate the seventh young master? There's no such thing. The young man's lips were very thin, giving off a very unkind feeling. He said, there are some things that don't need to be bottled up in your heart. If you're jealous, why don't you spit it out? Otherwise, anger will harm your body. You're already over 70 years old, and you don't have many years left to live. Uncle Zhang's body trembled a few times, but he calmed down in the end and said, "Seventh young master, I only want to ask you one thing. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace." "Ask away." The young man opened a folding fan with a paw sound and gently waved it, appearing calm and unruffled. "I only want to know, did Tingting's parents really die in an accident?" The old man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles had already turned blue, and his body was trembling slightly. Yi Fan hurried over and supported him. On the other side, little Tingting was silently sobbing. Her small body had her back to them, and her shoulders were constantly trembling. Her little hands were slowly rubbing a small porcelain bowl. "Old man Jiang, it seems like you're holding back a towering resentment in your heart. But so what? You're already so old, don't tell me you still want to risk your life? If you die, your beautiful little granddaughter's life will really be difficult." "Just how did Tingting's parents die?" Uncle Zhang's breathing was rapid, and his chest constantly heaved up and down. His face was filled with sorrow. "Go ahead and guess." The young man closed his folding fan with a paw sound, looked at Yi Fan, and said, "I heard that you led people to cripple Steward Lu?" Yi Fan did not respond. He supported Uncle Jiang and stood to the side. The young man glanced at him and did not continue to say anything. He stood up and walked towards little Tingting. "What are you going to do?" Uncle Jiang's eyes revealed a look of fear. He stretched out his hands like an old hen, blocking his way and protecting little Tingting behind him. "Old man Jiang, what are you so nervous about? Do you think I would attack a little girl?" The young man carefully looked at little Tingting and kept nodding. He said to himself, "Similar, too similar. It's a pity for Yanxia Fairy. Her death was not worth it. 2 years have passed. I can't believe your daughter has become so similar to you." Little Tingting bit her lips. Although she was sobbing, she did not cry out loud. It seemed that she did not want to cry in front of the 7th young master of the Li family. The young man held a folding fan in his right hand and lightly tapped his left hand. He said, "All right, old man Jiang, you don't have to suffer anymore. I will take this little girl away in the future. You can enjoy your old age in this small town." "What do you mean?" Uncle Jiang immediately panted. He protected little Tingting behind him and stared at the 7th young master of the Li family. "This little girl is clever and dexterous. I am going to take her to the Mist Grotto and let her do some things by my side. It's better than following you and not knowing what to eat next. No, not unless I die. 7th young master of the Li family, you can't bully people like this." Uncle Jiang was so angry that he had difficulty breathing. His eyes were red and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly supported him. "Grandpa, are you okay? Don't scare Tingting." Little Tingting hugged the old man's thigh. Her little face was filled with worry and fear as tears continuously fell. The young man mocked, "Old man Jiang, do you have to be so angry? You have to understand that after leaving you, she will live a different life. In the future, she might even shine in the Mist Grotto." Uncle Jiang panted heavily. After a long time, he finally calmed down and begged, "7th young master, please let us go." "What are you saying?" The young man's expression darkened and became very cold. He said, "You don't even want to enjoy your old age in peace. You really don't know what's good for you. I will always be with Grandpa." Little Tingting's eyes were red and swollen. She tightly hugged Uncle Jiang's thigh. "This time, I still have something important to do. I must return to the Mist Grotto tomorrow. In a few days, I will personally take her away." After saying this, the Li clan's 7th young master turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He said, "If you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Although it is a dog that was chased out, it cannot be bullied by outsiders." At this point, he lightly patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, "Impulsive people will not live long." Bang! Yi Fan immediately sat on the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The chair behind him had been smashed into pieces. The young man glanced at him, sneered, and swaggered away. "Child, what's wrong?" Uncle Jiang was shocked and angry. He hurriedly went to support Yi Fan. "Big brother." Little Tingting's face also revealed a frightened expression. She used her little hand to help Yi Fan wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the Li clan's 7th young master leave, Yi Fan quickly stood up and said, "I'm fine." "Really?" The old man was skeptical. Little Tingting also had a nervous expression. She asked, "Big brother, are you really fine? Your mouth is bleeding. Something almost happened. Are you okay?" Uncle Jiang revealed a worried expression again. "You misunderstood me. I said I almost couldn't help but attack. I'm fine. However, this person is really ruthless. If it was a normal person, they would die in less than half a month. It was us two who implicated you. If it was you, you wouldn't have suffered like this." Uncle Jiang blamed himself. "Uncle, don't say that. The blood just now was forced out by me." Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank this Li clan's 7th young master. Because he gave me a great opportunity, he came here personally to tell me when to leave." "You?" Uncle Jiang revealed a doubtful expression. "There's no need for such a ruthless person to stay in this world. He actually wanted to take Tingting away. Not even in his next life." That night, Yi Fan kept an eye on the Li clan's movements. He left the small town late at night and stood guard on the mountain road 20 miles away. This was the only way to get to the outside world from the windy town. The moonlight was hazy, and a dark cloud floated by. The forest instantly became dark. The roars of unknown beasts didn't stop, and the forest seemed a bit eerie and scary at night. In the latter half of the night, the mountain road shook and the heavy sound of horse hooves could be heard. Under the dim starlight, a dragon scale horse with shining green scales rushed over like a ray of green light. Yi Fan waited quietly until the dragon scale horse came close. Suddenly, a blazing golden light shot out from his body. It was especially bright in the darkness, like a scorching sun in the sky. Pfft! Blood splattered, and a miserable cry came from the dragon scale horse. However, that person didn't fall off the horse. Yi Fan was startled. He quickly turned the golden book around and slashed. Pooh! The dragon scale horse was split into 2 halves. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and the person on it flew more than 20 meters away before falling to the ground. Pfft! A silver light flashed, and a half-foot-long silver spear dashed towards Yi Fan like a bolt of silver lightning. Clang! With a flash of golden light, Yi Fan's golden book slashed on the silver spear. The half-foot-long spear was immediately cut in half and fell to the ground. Not far away, the person who fell off the dragon scale horse quickly jumped up and was about to rush into the forest. At this time, Yi Fan attacked again. The golden book turned into a bolt of lightning and cut through the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him with an unstoppable force. Pfft! The man's left leg was cut in half. Ah! That person finally let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground. Only now did Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached. This was his first time ambushing an enemy, and he couldn't help but be a bit nervous at first, which made him lose some of his accuracy. Li clan's 7th young master, we meet again. The young man who was rolling on the ground with blood flowing everywhere was pale. When he saw that it was Yi Fan, he almost couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How come it's you? What's wrong?" Yi Fan's expression was calm as he looked at him from a distance. "I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. I was really wrong." The Li clan's 7th young master's face was full of pain and anger. It was a frightening sight. "Thank you, 7th young master, for giving me such a great fortune." Yi Fan stood in the distance with a faint sneer on his face. You. The Li clan's 7th young master's body was shaking. At this moment, he was filled with despair and anger. How did Tingting's parents die? At this point, Yi Fan's tone turned cold. With a flash of golden light, the golden book dashed out at lightning speed. Puff, puff. With two soft sounds, the Li clan's seventh young master's arms fell off. Yi Fan was still a bit worried, so he once again summoned the golden rainbow and gently drew on the sea of suffering. Ah, little brat, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. Why do people always say such useless things? Yi Fan walked in front of him and said, You bastard, you've done so many evil deeds and have no conscience. Today is your retribution, I will slowly serve you. Pa! Yi Fan's palm slapped over and sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away. You! The Li clan's seventh young master's eyes were spewing fire. Yi Fan walked over and stepped on the relatively smooth face. The heavens are watching what people do. You think you can live a free and unfettered life after committing so many evil deeds? Chapter 81. When Yi Fan sees the old, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the helpless, his heart will always feel sour. However, when he sees those who bully the weak and commit crimes, he will become emotionless and his heart will turn cold. It may seem contradictory, but it is the result of his true personality. Excessive compassion and coldness exist at the same time. He doesn't know which one he is more inclined to. For example, right now, he is absolutely emotionless and without the slightest bit of pity. Stepping on the seventh young master's face, he said in a cold voice, If you don't want to suffer, then answer my questions. Or else, you will understand the consequences. Little bastard, bang. Yi Fan kicked him away. The seventh young master's teeth all fell out, his white and tender cheeks were completely swollen, and his nose and mouth were bleeding. Looking at your soft and tender skin, you are just like a eunuch. If you don't want to talk, then I will fulfill your wish and make you live up to your name. Yi Fan once again took out the golden book. Like a ray of rainbow light, it shined brightly in the darkness. You, what do you dare to do? The seventh young master of the Li clan was terrified. I want you to be a eunuch. No, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. The seventh young master's face was deformed from fear. To a man, this is worse than death. Useless thing. Yi Fan sat on a rock not far from him and quietly listened to him talk about the past. Ting Ting's parents really were killed by the Li clan's cultivators. They paid a high price to exchange for a rare medicine that could cause powerful beasts to go berserk. Without anyone noticing, they used it on Ting Ting's parents. In the end, when they went out to collect spiritual medicine, they were torn to pieces by the terrifying lightning birds. Of course, there were also some dirty deals and shady tricks, which made people feel indignant. Yi Fan sighed, whether it is the mortal world or the world of cultivators, there is no difference. Wherever there are people, there will be complicated hatred. Even cultivators are not immune. Yi Fan took out a wooden box from his bosom and kicked him away. With the help of the light of the moon and stars, he slowly opened this somewhat heavy sandalwood box. There was a light yellow stone inside. It was as thick as a thumb and as long as a knuckle. Although it was very small, it was very heavy. Yi Fan could feel a vigorous life force coming from it. According to the ancient records, during the era when the chi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants flourished, living beings were powerful, and spirit medicines were endless. Many sources were produced, sparkling like amber, but within them, a large amount of life essence was sealed. Is this the source? Yi Fan observed it repeatedly under the moonlight and found that this source was full of impurities. The crystal clear part only occupied 1/3 of it, which made him feel a little regretful. This was not a pure source. But even so, he was very satisfied. There was an extremely exuberant life essence within this amber-like stone, and there was something that looked like mist and light circulating within it. Good stuff, I wonder how much it can help me expand the sea of sufferings. That's mine. Not far away, the seventh young master of the Li clan groaned in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth and was filled with hatred and anger. Wasn't this source found in an ancient cave deep in the mountains? Could it be that there's only this one and nothing else? Under the torture of Yi Fan, the seventh young master of the Li clan spilled everything without concealing anything. In that ancient cave, there was a cultivator who had passed away in meditation. It had been too long, and even his skeleton had been weathered away, leaving only this piece of source. What a pity, I thought I could get a few pieces. Yi Fan felt that he was a bit greedy. I've told you everything, can you let me live? The seventh young master of the Li clan revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course, he knew that this was only an extravagant hope. The other party would not let him go. When you murdered Ting Ting's parents, did you have any pity? When you forced Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting to live, did you ever think of leaving them a way out? Yi Fan kicked him away and said, I'll give you a chance to end your own life so that you don't have to suffer. I haven't killed anyone yet, I don't want to stain my hands with blood. You haven't killed anyone. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that his body trembled. He said, You will be struck by lightning. Yi Fan kicked him to a rock and said, Kill yourself. If you force me to make a move, I'll first turn you into a eunuch, then I'll take your life. At this moment, the seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he was about to go crazy. This way of dying was too stupid. The other party didn't even bother to make a move and wanted him to kill himself. Little bastard, you're really a bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that he kept coughing up blood. Yi Fan sat on a bluestone not far away and said, What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and get on your way. I don't have much patience. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he couldn't even speak. In the end, he roared, You will die a horrible death. Bang! He slammed his head into a rock and died a violent death. You killed yourself, I didn't kill anyone. Yi Fan stood up and began to clean up the traces. It took him a full 2 hours to erase everything before he walked towards the small town. Although he looked calm, his palms were already sweating. This was the first time he had killed an enemy in his life. Even though the seventh young master was guilty of countless crimes and deserved to be executed, it still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After snatching the source, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to cultivate. He knew very well that the source contained a large amount of life essence. After breaking it, it would rush out of the waves of source energy. If he wasn't careful, he would be discovered by others, so he had to be careful. In the next 2 days, Windy Town was very peaceful. It wasn't until the third day that the other 2 cultivators of the Li clan came back from the mist cave that the town was in chaos. The seventh young master of the Li clan is missing. How can a cultivator disappear just like that? This is the Li clan's retribution. What retribution? It must be the Wang clan's doing. Other than the enemies of the Li clan, who would dare to do such a thing? Who would have the strength to do so? Yeah, I heard from the servants of the Li clan that it was most likely caused by the source a while ago. Even the ordinary people of Windy Town were discussing this. One could imagine how big this storm was. Everyone in the Li clan was completely enraged, but at the same time, afraid. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. The 2 people that came back from the Li clan hadn't reached the Life Spring realm and couldn't control the rainbow, so they weren't very scary. But, after a few days, the development of the matter was somewhat out of his expectations, and the storm gradually became bigger. People from the Mist Cave actually came. Several Life Spring realm cultivators personally came. They let the people of the Li clan lead the way and went straight to the ancient cave where the source was found. Then, the cultivators of the Wang clan also invited people from their own sect to go deep into the mountains to find the ancient cave. Both sides almost had a violent conflict. Could it be that this place found the source vein? On this day, more than 10 people on horses came to Windy Town. They were all extremely mystical beasts, each with thick scales and protruding horns. The mount in the middle was the most extraordinary. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, and a brilliant divine light surrounded it, as if there was a golden flame burning on it. It had the shape of a golden lion, but there were 2 horns on its head that were forked and surrounded by golden light. It was extremely majestic and mighty. Its 4 hooves didn't step on the ground, but were actually 3 inches above the ground. It was completely treading on air. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this strange beast was. On top of the golden lion sat a young man of 24 or 25 years of age. He wore a white robe and looked very scholarly. There was a gentle smile on his face, and he was very handsome. His eyes were like water, faintly circulating with divine light. He could be said to be as handsome as jade. On both sides of him, there were two other mounts walking side by side. On the left was a green strange beast that was shaped like a lion or tiger. The green beast fur was extremely long, extremely clean, sparkling and translucent like jade. Clear splendor swirled about, shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, on its head was a jade horn that was unexpectedly releasing 5-color divine light. This 5-colored strange beast was also treading on air and didn't really step on the ground. On top of it sat a young man of 16 or 17 years of age. He wore green clothes and had a pressing heroic spirit. However, there was a faint sense of arrogance as he looked at everything in the town with disdain. On the other side was a strange beast that flickered with silver radiance. It looked like a divine deer, and its entire body was covered in silver scales. Moreover, there was a vertical eye in the center of its forehead. Its entire body flickered with a pure and holy radiance. It treaded on air and didn't seem to be tainted by even a speck of dust. On top of it sat a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age. Her skin was like cream, and her eyes were misty like autumn water. Her red lips were dotted, and she was extremely beautiful. However, she gave off a feeling that she was unreachable and carried a hint of arrogance. The dozen or so strange beasts behind the three were all extraordinary as well. They were all extremely rare strange beasts. Some were covered in dense scales, while others were completely jade-like. All of them flickered with radiance. The people on the mounts ranged from 20 to 40 years of age. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all carried an austere aura, and a powerful battle intent condensed around them. In the distance, Yi Fan saw all of this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of background did these people have? They were definitely not ordinary people. Not to mention the three people in the lead, just the dozen or so horsemen behind them were not inferior to the troops of the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds that he saw in front of the demon emperor's tomb. A powerful battle intent and murderous aura rushed toward him. May I ask if there's a family with the surname Jiang in this town? At this moment, a horseman was ordered to ask the people in the town. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Why were they looking for people with the surname Jiang? Chapter 82. Why would such a group of experts come to this small town to find someone with the surname Jiang? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. He was afraid that Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting would be involved. Fresh Breeze Town had never seen so many strange beasts before. The dozen or so mounts flickered with divine radiance, causing the people on the street to retreat in fear. A middle-aged knight in his 30s sat on a strange beast covered in green scales. He tried his best to put on a friendly expression and said, "Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. We just want to know if there is anyone with the surname Jiang in this town." Although he tried his best to appear calm, these people were obviously experienced knights who had experienced countless battles. They had been tempered by blades and blood, so they naturally emitted a murderous aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. An old farmer pointed at the western street. His lips trembled as he mumbled, "That street, the biggest house, is there." "Thank you." These people rode their beasts and slowly moved toward the western street of the small town. Not far away, Yi Fan felt relieved. So there were other families with the surname Jiang in this town. He quickly rushed toward the eastern street and soon returned to the small restaurant. "Uncle Jiang, child, what happened?" The old man walked out from the kitchen. Little Ting Ting washed a plate of bright red wild fruits and obediently brought it over. Her big black eyes blinked and flickered with curiosity as she asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "It's like this," Yi Fan told Uncle Jiang what he had seen and heard just now, and then asked, "Old man, have you met these people before?" Uncle Jiang shook his head and said, "I've lived for more than 70 years and have never left this small town. It's impossible for me to know such people. So many strange beasts, I want to see what they look like. Little Ting Ting's big eyes sparkled as she ran out of the restaurant and looked toward the end of the street curiously. Seeing that Little Ting Ting was not nearby, Yi Fan whispered, could it be related to Ting Ting's parents? Probably not. A trace of sadness flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, they have always been cultivating in the misty paradise and have never traveled far. All their friends are from the same sect. So many strange beasts, their feet are actually not touching the ground. Little Ting Ting stood at the entrance of the small restaurant, her rosy little face filled with excitement and surprise. She shouted, Grandpa, come out and look, they are rushing towards us. Yi Fan and the old man hurriedly walked out, only to see a dozen mounts rushing over at high speed. There was no dust flying up, all the beasts were 3 inches above the ground, treading on air. They're so fierce. Little Ting Ting was a bit afraid because apart from the 3 people in the middle, all of the knights naturally gave off a powerful killing intent, and an innate battle intent filled the air. Yi Fan hurriedly pulled Little Ting Ting's hand and then supported Uncle Jiang. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to withstand this kind of pressure, and they would tremble in fear if they had to face it for a long time. The dozen or so beasts stopped in front of the small restaurant, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Their scales flickered, emitting all kinds of light. They were very spirited, but even the divine light could not conceal the murderous aura on their bodies. It was obvious that they had all experienced bloody battles and were not pets raised in a greenhouse. Excuse me, is this the Jiang family? The handsome and scholarly young man in the center asked. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his eyes were as clear as water, occasionally flowing with a bit of divine light. He sat upright on the golden divine hoe, exuding an otherworldly temperament, very different from those knights filled with killing intent. Uncle Jiang's wrinkled face was filled with doubt. He said, yes, what business do you all have? The old man was already over 70 years old. His face was engraved with the passage of time, and there were many wrinkles on it. Even his old eyes were a bit turbid. Seeing how old he was and how he looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, the 16 or 17-year-old young man sitting on the 5-colored beast immediately frowned and said, this is just an ordinary old man from the countryside who is about to die. He can't be the person we're looking for. The young man on the golden divine hoe glanced at him. The young man on the 5-colored beast seemed to have some misgivings and stopped talking. Uncle, have you always lived in the windy town? Yes, I've almost never traveled far, the old man answered truthfully. Did your ancestors live here, or did they move to this town later? The young man on the golden divine hoe continued asking. My father's generation moved here, and I was born here. What do you all want? Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. Hearing these words, the young man on the golden divine hoe immediately jumped down. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and even his boots were spotless. He looked extraordinarily handsome and could be considered a rare handsome man. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as handsome as jade. Uncle, I would like to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer them. I don't dare. If I know, I will definitely answer. Uncle Jiang was just an ordinary old man. He was in awe of these cultivators who came on strange beasts. Little Ting Ting was a bit nervous. She grabbed onto Yi Fan's hand tightly and leaned on him and the old man. She looked at the beasts and the riders with fear and curiosity. Please forgive me. I want to ask, is your father still alive? The white-robed man asked nervously. Uncle Jiang was confused at first, but he answered, he passed away more than 50 years ago. What? The white-robed man was stunned. His jade-like face revealed a trace of shock, and he sighed. I already said that this is just an ordinary old man. The young man on the 5-colored beast revealed an impatient expression, as if he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Shut up. The white-robed man turned around and glared at him. He then turned around and continued to ask, Old man, please forgive me. Is your father called Jiang Jia? You. How did you know? Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. The young girl sitting on the divine deer revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like we really found him." She had a slender figure, and her skin was as white as jade. She was very beautiful, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows, giving off a feeling that she was unreachable. The young man on the five-colored beast frowned and said, "How can such an ordinary old man from the countryside have the blood of our Jiang family? If he really is the descendant of great-grandfather Jiang Zhe, how can he not know the cultivation method? He must have the same name. Old man, can you tell me in detail?" The white-robed young man's attitude was still very gentle. He went up to support Uncle Jiang and said, "Can we go in and talk in detail?" The riders all stood guard outside. The white-robed man supported Uncle Jiang and walked back to the small restaurant. The arrogant young man and the extremely beautiful young girl also followed in. Yi Fan saw that the other party had no ill intentions. He pulled little Ting Ting to the side and didn't say anything. "Are there any red moles on great-grandfather Jiang Zhe's left arm?" "There are 5. "How do you even know this?" Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. "Great-grandfather Jiang Zhe actually lived in seclusion in Yan country. I didn't expect him to pass away more than 50 years ago." The white-robed man sighed softly and said, "Old man, perhaps I should call you great-uncle." "No, no." Uncle Jiang saw that the other party actually bowed to him and hurriedly pulled the white-robed man up. The white-robed man turned around and said to the two behind him, "Why aren't you two greeting him?" "Greetings, great-uncle." The beautiful young girl bowed and glanced at Yi Fan and little Ting Ting at the same time. The young man was a little unwilling and mumbled, "Greetings, great-uncle." He hurriedly bowed and was very perfunctory. "This is..." Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. He didn't understand why they were like this. "Big brother, big sister, do you know my grandpa?" Little Ting Ting was also very confused. Her long eyelashes kept blinking, and her intelligent eyes were full of confusion. Seeing that she was so innocent and cute, the white-robed man dotingly rubbed her head and said, "We come from the same family." "What family?" Little Ting Ting blinked her big eyes curiously. "An ancient family that has existed since the antiquity era, the Jiang family. In the future, you will slowly understand how extraordinary our family is in the Eastern Barren Territory." Yi Fan was shocked. The antiquity families were definitely on the same level as the sacred grounds. Their status in the Eastern Barren Territory was unreachable. According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the surname Jiang and Ji were the most ancient surnames in China. According to historical records, the surname Jiang was the descendant of the Yan Emperor. They got their surname from the Yan Emperor's birthplace, Shenong Residence's Jiangshui. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the surname Jiang to be so extraordinary even on the other side of the galaxy. Old Master Jiang Zhe was extremely talented back then. His name had already spread far and wide at such a young age. Later on, his name shook the entire Eastern Barren Territory. With a stomp of his foot, he could move the clouds in all directions. "I didn't expect." The white-robed man seemed to be very emotional. He could already tell that the old man's life wasn't very good. He didn't expect that the bloodline of a powerful expert would fall to such a state. The girl beside him was also confused. "Didn't old Master Jiang Zhe teach you the cultivation method back then?" "What cultivation?" Uncle Jiang was confused by their words and said to himself, "I don't know what you're talking about. Many things happened back then. It's hard to explain in a short time. Old man, are you willing to come with us?" The white-robed man said to the old man and then looked at Yi Fan and little Ting. "My surname is not Jiang. Ting Ting is Uncle Jiang's only granddaughter," Yi Fan explained hurriedly. "The family leader's branch owes old Master Jiang Zhe a lot, but the past will eventually come to light. I want to take you and Ting Ting back to the Jiang family." The old man was in a daze. Although he didn't understand everything, he understood the gist of it. He couldn't accept it. The girl beside him saw that little Ting was very cute and smiled. "Ting Ting, do you have any wishes? Big sister can help you realize them immediately." "I don't have any special wishes. I just want to be with Grandpa and Big Brother." Do you have any other wishes? Little Ting Ting tilted her head and thought seriously. Her voice was very tender. I want to be able to eat my fill every day and no one to bully me and Grandpa. Hearing this, the girl was startled. The white-robed man's expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you usually bullied?" "Yes. Before Big Brother came, bad people came to bully us every day." Little Ting Ting's innocent words made everyone's expressions change. "Old man, I forgot to ask. What about Ting Ting's parents?" Uncle Jiang revealed a sad expression. "I had a son in my later years, but in the end, I had to send him off. How could this happen?" The girl's eyes widened. "I don't know if they were killed by someone or if they really died by accident." At the side, Little Ting Ting's eyes turned red when she heard this. "Please elaborate." At this moment, the white-robed man's eyes flashed with divine splendor. The old man only said a few words, and the white-clothed man immediately stood up and said, "Hazy Grotto, never heard of it. We will make a trip there in a while. If anyone dares to stop us, I don't mind making this sect disappear." The beautiful girl beside him also sneered. "They even dare to bully the people of our Jiang family. Before going to the hazy paradise, let's go to the Li family first." When the knights guarding outside heard this, a shocking murderous aura and battle intent erupted. At this moment, the entire Fresh Breeze town was enveloped in a terrifying aura.